Good evening. Welcome to the September 11th work session of the East Point City Council. Today is a day that will live in infamy. That is the day, I'm going to call it anniversary, but the day of the September 11th attacks on our country. And so I've been reading some things on social media today, and one stood out by my pastor is like he said, I can remember exactly what I was doing and where I was at that moment. Um, and I can too. In DC, actually seeing the smoke from the Pentagon um, crash. And so as we reflect today, let's pause for a moment of silence for those valiant men and women who um, fought to protect and serve us on that day, as well as their families who are continuing to live on in honoring their legacy. It's been 22 years. Today makes 22 years, so we'll just pause for a moment of silence. Okay, Madam Deputy City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Robinson, Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Bailey, Councilmember Cummings is at a conference, Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Butler is absent, Councilmember Gordon. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. So before we start, let's go through new agenda items and see what items can be placed on consent. And then we'll see if there's anything moving also on previous agenda items. Item number 23. Oh, we need to discuss that one. 24, it's a change order. So look at 27. We have any objection to that going on consent? Yeah, I'm just doing new agenda right now. Yeah, and then I'm gonna go back to previous. Thank you for that. 27, any objection to that going to consent? All right. 28, I have discussion on that. 29, any objection to consent? Okay, so we'll discuss that one. 30, any this objection to consent? 31, any objection to consent? 32, 1826 Chapman Avenue. Is the applicant here? Okay, so we will do that one first. This is a public hearing on the commercial redevelopment to light industrial. Is this the that automotive training center? Yeah, okay, we'll discuss that one. 3480 Washington Road, single residential limited to single family dwellings. The applicant here? Is the applicant here for number 33? Automotive Training Center. Okay. 35. I want to hear from staff on both of those. 35. Any objection to consent for 35? Can
Which one you want to hear from staff on?
both on 33, 34, the public hearings.
Okay.
We need the amount for these items that are on the agenda if we're placing them on the consent, Madam Deputy City Clerk and Mr. City Manager. 35, any objection to 36? We need the amounts in the, please. Item number 37. We're changing vendors. If we can have an explanation as to why we're changing the vendor, I wouldn't object to going to consent, but we're changing from one vendor to the next. So that can be brief. 38 SUVs, wow.
Got some issues.
Got some issues on that one?
Yeah, I don't think it's in our corporate budget,
Capital improvement.
capital improvement at all.
Okay, so we gotta discuss 38. 39. Consent. Thanks for including the amount. 40. Another piggybacking off of another municipality. 41, consent. All right, 42. 43 was a duplicate, they said, of 40. So, yes, so I guess online we have 44 agenda items, so yeah, 40, so the actual 43 is the one listed as 44 on our printed agenda. The purchasing of lightning loaders, any objection to consent? Which is 43, and then 44, order to the Educate City in the amount of 4. Any objection to awarding this contract? I'm assuming it went for solicitation, 44. The last item on the agenda, was there a solicitation on this one? Well, this was a duplicate. Yeah, it's 40, yeah, it's 45 on ours, 44 online.
It's here. We're at number 45. We consent.
Right. But for the people who watch online, it's 44. Mr. Lawrence Mr. Pinkett was number 40, the last agenda item regarding the STEAM after-school program. Was there a solicitation done on that? Okay. Anyone have any objection on consent? All righty. Madam Deputy City Clerk, so for the new agenda items, I have consent 27, 30, 31, 35, 36, 39 through 42. 43 is a duplicate, and then 44, which is the lightning loader with 30-yard heavy-duty swing motor, is consent, and the last one regarding the STEAM after-school learning program is consent. All right, let's go through previous agenda items. We have our chief here for update on policing. Do we have the chief here, Mr. King, someone from police?
Yes, Madam Mayor, he is
Okay,
here.
we don't need him right now. I'm just trying to, we're gonna go through the previous agenda items. Councilmember Gordon, item number 6. Councilmember Shropshire, item number 7, 8, and 9, 10. These were carryovers from last month. Councilmember Bailey, this was a lot of these are carrying over. Councilmember Bailey, tonight? Okay. Councilmember Robertson, number 12. Councilmember Butler is not here. So, Madam, unless he spoke with someone else about these items, Madam Deputy City Clerk, the October work session, as well as item number, well, Councilmember Gordon, you're on 14 with Councilmember Butler. You want that one on the October work session or tonight? Okay. Yeah, work session. Councilmember Cummings, so October work session for 15. Unless someone else. Treeless right away. I mean, that could be brief if we don't have any updates. We got, number 17, Councilmember Gordon. To October? Okay. It's got kind of at the bottom, very bottom of the page. I almost missed it. Then we have 18, 19, when you talk about 20, and then 21, and then the surplus auction. Okay. All righty. Now that we've gone through that, Madam Deputy City Clerk, you got October work session for 13, 14, 15, and 17. We will now go to the first item, which is the audit and financial update. So council decided, can't remember if it was the special call meeting on July 20th or our August 5th meeting, but that we wanted to hear from staff monthly regarding the audit findings that were in the presentation by the former auditor, any updates on that information, as well as where we are with our new audits. I know last week we approved the engagement letter, but what we don't have is timelines and updates on the other 3 items that were in the findings. So, Mr. King, I'll turn it over to you. Those 3 areas are the deleted accounts. It was 44 of them. I think there was 17 that they're still we weren't able to trace, or we said they were training. Have we verified training? Have we talked to the people who are associated with those deleted accounts? The second finding had to do with the email attack, cyber attack, and the transfer of funds. Where are we with the recovery? The third was the overvaluation of asset from that asset that was purchased on June 30th, 2011. Where are we with that? And then where are we with the fiscal year 21 audit and the fiscal year 2022 audit?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll go ahead and get started. First, I'm going to give Cynthia Hammond and Shannon Golden, they'll come forward, and they'll start on the updates for the deleted accounts and the FY 21-22 audit to give you updates. So I'll let them come over and start from there.
Go ahead with the audit.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. As it relates to the FY21 audit, we've started the audit procedures on that. We also have a draft financial statement. Timeline-wise, we're looking at toward the end of the month as completing FY21, and then after completing FY21, going straight into FY22. I'm sorry.
And what's the timeline for FY22?
FY22, I'll have to give an update on that once we begin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As it relates to the fixed assets, I've been combing through all of the fixed assets, and that particular asset, I have not found any documentation to support it at all. In addition, there are a number of others that are in the same situation. So right now I'm combing through old files, trying to identify them and put them in the our asset module correctly, because a lot of them were put in as an AP check number and a date.
Say what AP is for people.
Accounts payable.
Yeah.
Right. A number of them were put in and they described it as accounts payable check number, and then they had a date, but no identification for what the item was. So it's probably about $12 million that can't be identified at this point. Cannot, yes. In addition, as far as the deleted vendors go, I have no further information on the 17 that we couldn't recover. BSNA has said that they assured us that there is no way that those items could have been used and deleted. So there's nothing more that they can do to help us with that.
Okay, so that's on the 2 financials. I see Councilmember Gordon's light, and then I'll call on others, and I'll go last. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. Ms. Cynthia, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the amount that you stated could not be accounted for? I just,
Right now, it's $12 million in assets.
12.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That was my only question.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to pinpoint the exact finding, but I'll just talk in general terms. As it relates to the issue of overvalued assets, what is the year limit that we're using on our assets before they're written off the books? Are we
It
fully
depends.
depreciating at 5 years or is it longer?
No, it depends on the asset.
So we have a varying scale.
Correct.
How long could it be, depending on the asset, but how long could it be?
It ranges from 8 to 50 years.
8 to how many?
50.
50 years. Now, we're talking 50 years, generally, we're going to be talking about a structure, don't you think?
Somewhat, yes. Or it could be infrastructure.
Okay, but we wouldn't be talking about automobiles or trucks or anything along that. line.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a few questions. Do you know, like, the date when these items were purchased? Are you able to?
Yes, they range from 2003 to 2013.
Oh, 2003 to 2013.
Correct.
And it looks like we're, based on your accounting, it looks like these items, and I'm trying to use my words properly, and I apologize, items were purchased between 2003 and 2013, and they appreciated in values, but you cannot identify them. Are you able to, well, if you're not able to identify them, you can't find receipts or anything because you don't know how to attach the receipts.
Well, that's correct. They've been depreciating, I guess, when they uploaded them from the spreadsheet. All I can say is, I guess this stuff should have been cleaned up before it was even put into the system. I personally would never have put something in the system that way. Now, the good thing about it is there are records that I'm finding that can help me identify some. I think I've identified about 26 that were on there and didn't have a description. So it's tedious, needless to say, you know.
My next question is about the audit itself, 2021 audit. So does the auditor, has the auditor started the process of auditing for the 2021 financials?
Yes. it
And
started.
when did that start?
The auditor has done some preliminary things, but they've started some audit procedures as it relates to the various areas of the audit.
Was that Monday, this Monday? I mean, was it last Monday, last Thursday?
Pretty
When
much
did they start?
last week, all this week,
It was, okay,
And-
so
and
it
then
was
some-
last week.
and then also some preliminary audit procedures. So
Was that by the auditor, like, I think his name is Tab?
tab and tab.
Tab and Tab?
Mr.
I
Tab.
apologize. So I guess the reason why I'm asking is because I think we didn't sign the contract until later on. And I think that was last Monday when we discovered that the contract had been in the office since July 22nd. And so, and it hadn't been signed. So I'm just kind of concerned because when we first found out about the situation, we had stated that it would only take about 2 weeks for the audit, for the 2021 audit to be done. And now we're rolling over into almost 2 months now. Well, it's beyond 2 months. And so now it looks like it's going to be at the end of September. The prediction is by the end of September for the 2021 to be done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they have started working on it, and you think they started working on it about last week, even though we didn't sign it till Monday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Bailey. And before I call Councilmember Bailey, just because Councilmember Renee just mentioned that letter that was dated July 22nd, and it's addressed to me, so I have to be extremely clear that the first draft of the letter was not emailed to me or sent to me or provided to me until August the 16th by email from the city clerk's office. On August the 17th, I saw it. I saw the amount, which was six figures, $195,000 to finish FY21. And I responded with an email, has this been approved by council? And has it been reviewed by the attorney? And it hadn't. I was also told that the auditors were already working and that they had been engaged even during the previous part of the audit, I guess maybe as consultants and contractors to help get the audit through, and that we could address it on September 5th because it would definitely have to come to council. The letter that was dated and attached to the agenda on September the 5th, that still is dated July 22nd, is totally different from the letter that was sent to me on August 16th because it addressed fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22. And my first time seeing that letter was in this meeting when we were discussing the item and trying to figure out what it covered. So I need to be very, very clear because it's unfortunate that a letter is dated July 22nd addressed to me and I didn't receive it until literally the one that we just approved. I didn't get that until September 5th. That was the first time I saw that one. The previous one was August 16th that had not been approved by this council and was $195,000 engagement letter. So I have to clear the record on that because it was not sitting in my office. It was not sitting in my email. As soon as I received it, I responded with some questions to ensure that it got brought back before this council. So, brought before this council, not brought back, it hadn't been brought before council. Councilmember Bailey, Councilmember Gordon, and then Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is related to the fixed assets. You mentioned that there were 12 million unaccounted for. Could you go into detail exactly what that means?
It means that the asset was uploaded into the system with a check date and an amount, and it did not identify what was purchased.
And I think you responded to Councilmember Cook that that was not vehicles. Is that correct? Is that?
It could be vehicles, it could be infrastructure. I don't know until I find documentation to support the entries.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't hear what Councilmember Cook said, and that confused me. So
Okay.
it could be anything
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
unaccounted for. It's just money that was, I mean, equipment that was purchased. Can you go into
Correct.
just detail with what it is, please?
I don't have the detail. All I can tell you is that these items in our fixed asset listing are identified by accounts payable and a check number and a date that I'm assuming is the date that the check was written.
So a check was written for something, and we don't know what it is.
That is correct.
I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things I want to make sure we all are aware of is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when 2020 fiscal year started, we may have already started the conversion over to a new processing system, or at least by the time fiscal year 2020 ended, we were into the new processing system, which has the name of what, BSNA?
Yes,
Am I pretty correct on that?
yes.
All right. And believe it or not, because we're trying to push and hurry up and catch up with the auditing timetable, do we feel comfortable enough that we have really tested out all the quirks in this new processing system? Or is it a case that it is still being field tested as we speak, field tested as we're actually going through additional audits being fiscal year 2020 2021 and 2022 that we're trying to get started. Am I pretty accurate with that?
No, the system has been live since fiscal year 21. So
That's not the point I'm making. I'm not making the point whether or not it was turned on. I'm making the point, had we field tested it well enough to be very comfortable with the results we're getting out of it?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Gordon and Councilmember Robertson and Councilmember.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cynthia. Ms. Hammond, I'm so sorry. I have a few more questions. I think previously I asked a question about these fixed assets and if there was any possibility that this situation could adversely impact our bond rating.
I would say so. I mean, it's going to change our fixed assets, at least on the balance sheet. So I don't know how much of an impact it will be, but assuming there are $12 million worth of assets we can't identify, those things have to come off.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. And I know the last time you gave us an update, you were working through several
Yes.
boxes of information, and now we're up to 12 million. Do you have still a way to go?
I have probably about 8 more boxes of documents to go through.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, as you're looking to identify these assets, what kind of information or where can you get the information from to perhaps identify them? If there's documents or I don't know
Currently,
where-
I'm looking through the former deputy finance director who was responsible for the fixed asset. So I'm going through all of their old records in addition to the finance directors. And actually this week we were looking at some checks that were in someone else who left files, and we did find some information in there that I think is going to be useful as well.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. If you are unable to locate any supporting documentation to identify the assets, how do we, you said that they have to come off the record. So what does that process entail to remove them from our record, and how does that all?
What's going to happen is we would take that asset out of service in the fixed asset module. And then at that time, if it doesn't automatically reverse it from the fixed assets that are showing on our balance sheet, we would have to do a journal entry to remove those items.
Thank you so much. And I know it's a lot of work, and I just want to say thank you for going through it all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question in reference to the fixed assets. In my previous government experience on the other side as administrative, on the stubs, sometimes we will have department codes. Like if somebody was making a purchase, it would come from fire, police, or the department, and that's the way we would track down a purchase. Were there any
Correct.
type of no department codes where they would come from, something like that? I yield. Go on.
Actually, I have someone who's working with me now to go in. Even some of the ones that were done recently, they didn't include the department code. So we're having to go in and add department codes so that we can properly identify everything.
Follow up. So thank you for that information. So moving forward, I think all our information does have department codes and other things.
Correct. Every month now, there are 2 staff persons who are assigned to import them into the fixed asset module, review them, make sure that they're actually fixed assets and not somebody trying to buy something and charging it to fixed asset and not going through the proper procedure. So yes, they get checked every month. At the end of every month, it's going in, they're being put in service and properly identified.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hammonds and department for giving this update. And I know it's hard going back, looking through other people's work. And it doesn't add up to say your standards sometime, and this is where it becomes problematic. I yield, Madam Mayor.
No, I haven't spoken. Thank you. Ms. Hammond,
Yes.
question, what year did you say these fixed assets took place?
It started in 2003 and it ended in 2013.
So that was about 2 mayors and very past administration.
Very much so, yes.
Thank you. Also, so, it's no way that you can go back through the previous audit to look to see exactly what those previous administration put in, or, because I know someone who had been here for quite some time. who
That is correct, but
probably
I'm sorry,
had-
go ahead.
Who probably had a lot of information, but they are no longer here anymore. I think you probably know who I'm talking about. She was here quite some time, worked in the finance department.
All I can tell you is that when it comes down to how I'm approaching identifying them, I'm looking for invoices or documents that match the amounts that we have in the system. And so once I find that, and if it's, in some cases, you do have something like, it may say a vehicle, which makes it easier. In one situation, going through some of the files, I found vehicles that we didn't have in the system. So we were able to put those in and start depreciating those. But it is just going through papers and looking at them and looking for dollar amounts that appear to be the correct dollar amount, making phone calls, say, hey, do you have these vehicles? And confirming that, because, you know, I had to reach out to fleet to find out if the vehicles actually were purchased
during that
based
time.
on the documentation that I found.
During the time of 2003 and 2013.
It ranges from 2003 through 2013. Yes.
Okay. And so moving forward, I would imagine you've put a plan in place
Yes.
to make sure that this doesn't happen, or that we have all ducks in a row.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question about your process for trying to find out the assets. Have you involved procurement in the process? Because I know that checks written, but are they to certain companies that would help you know?
Well,
what the assets
most of
are?
the time they're capital items, and what procurement already has to approve the purchase order or issue the purchase order. So unless a purchase order is issued, nothing is purchased. And even now, when it comes down to our wires, we make sure you got to do a requisition, you got to do a purchase order for anything, even though it's maybe debt service. We need to make sure that we're doing everything the same way we would do it if there was a check being written. So we now have those processes in place.
So Ms. Hammond, you're saying prior to now, that wasn't in place. So you're not able to utilize that process to determine what assets were or involve procurement?
Prior to now, like Shannon said, they were doing a spreadsheet. I just don't know why the extra step wasn't taken. If you're gonna do a spreadsheet and identify the check number and the date, you could have put in there what the item was for. I don't understand that part of it, but it is what it is.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I yield, Madam Mayor.
So go ahead. I got quite a few I'm about to go through.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the time frame is from 2003 to 2013. But the issue is that even though that's when these, I guess, you're saying that these fixed assets were placed on the record, but they've been left on the record until now. Is that what we're saying?
Well, you know what? When we started the process of reviewing the fixed assets, the only thing I was looking for in the beginning is to make sure that all the balances tied out to what was in the audit in the prior fiscal year. But when we had the issue come up with the asset 4206, it started out at the 649 and then ended up at 5 million. As I'm going through trying to figure out what that is, I'm looking at these other things and I'm like, okay, these aren't identified either. So that's kind of how I started down that path of just looking at other things to kind of figure out, okay, what is this? You know, because I maintained fixed assets in a spreadsheet on my last job, but I made sure that the amounts that I had in my spreadsheet tied back to our GL. In this case, that was not being done.
Right, so that's where I guess I'm confused because, well, I guess I'm not, because just as you said, there was a spreadsheet system, and I just don't know how it wasn't caught prior to now, you know?
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm sorry,
So let me start by saying thank you, Ms. Hammond.
you're welcome.
I know we're about to engage an auditor to do a forensic audit. And I think what you just shared in response to Councilman Gordon's question about how did we get to the further realization of other assets, it was when the former auditor in the presentation mentioned the overvaluation of the asset that was purchased on June 30th, 2011. I think he said 649,000 plus, and went up to about 5 million. And so that was that issue. And as you were looking at that, you noticed some other things. So I appreciate you looking further and bringing that information to our attention and sharing it with us. I have a couple questions though, because these assets were purchased between 2003 and 2013. So when they were purchased, like, you said you keep reference accounts payable. Did it have a memo as to, like, it's an accounts payable for what? There was no memo on the check?
No, it's just, it says accounts payable and it says a check number. I'm assuming because of the age of some of the items that they were in the old system, HTE, which we no longer have access to that. So that's why I'm kind of relegated to just going through boxes, and I did find a binder that had fixed asset information in it. I'm hoping that some of that stuff will be in that binder as well.
Do we know who the checks were made payable to? Is it possible to call those companies?
On some, they did list a vendor. On others, there's nothing.
Oh, but when you're saying nothing, you mean on the accounts payable log, not the actual check. Do you have the checks?
No.
Can we get them from the bank?
Now, that's a possibility, yes.
So if we could, I mean, I know it's age, 2003, that's 20 years ago, between one decade to 2 decades ago. It's interesting that we're now having to deal with these, what we've inherited from then. But I guess my question also is, one, can we get the checks from the bank? So that would possibly help in the trying to figure out what it is. But also, once we get the checks from the bank, if we still don't know what it is, we'll know who we paid.
Correct.
And maybe we can call them
Yes.
to figure out what was purchased.
That is
Hopefully they're
correct.
still in business. And then the other thing so we don't know if if these assets were depreciating assets or appreciating assets. We know that the one that was bought for $649,000 June 30, 2011 just said infrastructure.
Correct.
Infrastructure generally depreciates or appreciates.
It depreciates, yes.
But instead of depreciating, it appreciated to $5 million.
That was an error. There is no rationale behind that. That was an error.
So how do we know that was an error? Because if that was an error, then the other $7 million, how do we know definitively that was an error?
Because it started out there, the adjustment they were trying to correct in the beginning was negative depreciation, and no asset has negative depreciation. So depreciation is an expense, so it's always going to be positive. So in this case, it was going the opposite direction. So I don't know. I think looking at the entries that were made, it looks like something happened when they imported it, and then our staff here tried to correct it, and it just ended up going all the wrong way. But in my mind, if I can't say what this is, I would never have even done the entry.
Correct. You can't make any adjustments if you don't know what it is.
Exactly.
And those adjustments took place when? So it was purchased in 11. When were those adjustments made to increase it to $5 million?
That was 2020.
So 2020 is when the 649 got adjusted to 5 million. Was that based upon who was there any instruction from like the auditing firm or anyone about like making those adjustments?
They sent me an entry that they said that our staff had given them.
Okay. So for the list of 12 million, and you still have 8 more boxes to go through. You found the binder. You're hopeful you're gonna hopefully reach out to the bank and see if we can get checks and all of that. That sounds like that's probably gonna take us to our next update in October at the work session, unless you all have something sooner. Do we know, can you tell when the appreciations happen? So you said you're looking and it shows accounts payable, I guess when it was placed on the books. They were placed on the books between 2003 and 2013. Can you tell, and you might have to continue doing the research that you're doing. Again, I appreciate it. Can you tell when there was an appreciation?
Yes.
Or if that was the actual value of the assets?
Not until I find the documents showing when it was purchased. That's the only way I can confirm it. There were a number of items, like I said, that I was able to identify and put in what they were, and most of those were vehicles. So I'd say about 26 of them I've already identified, added the backup so that when we are audited and someone wants to look at that particular asset, they'll know when council approved it and all of that information will be attached to it. So that's been the overall goal, is to try to identify it, label it correctly, and then add the attachments so that if we ever question about it, we'll have that information available.
So when you said the 12 million, does that take into account the 2011 purchased infrastructure that went up to 5 million?
No, that's separate from that.
Will you be able to list, I'm assuming once you complete, you'll be able to list the assets, their value, and how did you come up with a $12 million amount?
Well, what they did when they put in the AP and check date and check number, the amount is there. It's just no description of what the item is.
Okay. And we don't have the check, so we don't know if there's a memo on the check, but hopefully we'll get those checks.
Yeah, we can check to see if we can get those checks.
There was a forensic audit done in 2013. 13. The solicitation was 12, was completed in 13. And I was looking at the scope of that. It didn't specifically say fixed assets, but it did say the management of capital improvement projects. Does that include them looking at fixed assets or not?
Yes.
That would, okay. Was there anything in that audit that could help with this?
I think they mentioned one of the same items that we may have already identified.
Okay. To the deleted vendors. So 16 of them, we don't have any information on, but we were told that they were for training.
Correct.
Has anybody verified training?
I think, didn't Derman, Mr. Lawrence?
I'm not sure, Mr. King, if that's a question for a different department.
Yes, Thurman Lawrence is coming up at this point.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. Yes, ma'am, it was verified. The last time we spoke about the remaining employees that are here, that was verified through training.
How do we verify it? And you said the remaining employees that are here, I think only 1 out of 3 are here.
Correct.
So did we talk to the other 2? And how did we verify that the 16 or 17 were training. Like all of those were training.
All of those were training. One of the employees was one of the actual people who were training, past employees was one of the people who were training the current one that's still here. So all of those were done as training.
Who did the training?
Several of us. It was between Tron Jones, myself, I think Jonna, she actually made a manual for us.
So the contracts and procurement department staff conducted trainings and entered in accounts and then deleted them.
Entered in vendors and then.
I'm sorry, entered in vendors, correct. Anyone else on so this takes care of number 1 and number 3 from the findings, and then the upcoming audit information was shared as well. Any questions on those before we go to the cyber attack? All right, Mr. King, the other finding was on Mr. King, the cyber attack, the still outstanding $785,090. I think when we just approved and had our current broker here, and there was some discussion then about that investigation and waiting to hear from our insurance company. Is there any update on that or the criminal aspect, Chief?
Well, while he's walking up, Chief, you can, I'm gonna go ahead. On the cyber insurance piece, Iris Jesse, our HR director, is waiting to hear back from Mr. Grant, who was doing some more due diligence in relation to the response, and has indicated to her he should be getting something this week. So I'll imagine he'll have that information here for us for next week. Ms. Iris will have an update before that. And then as it relates to
At the Monday council meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm anticipating we should have it by then, maybe before then, I would imagine. So we'll see. Ms. Jesse had to take care of personal matter today, but I did not see anything from her on that today. But we do have Chief Buchanan could talk about the investigation component of it. I do have also Maurice Price, who's our IT director, and talk about the technical side of it from the IT portion of it as well. So I'll start with the Chief. Chief, you can come up and talk about your portion of it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. I turned over a portion I was working on in terms of interviewing the previous employees to the district attorney's office. It's the anti-corruption unit, public integrity, both of them the same thing. They're actively working and interviewing people in reference to this case. They've also reached out to me and told me they reached out to the Secret Service as well, and the Secret Service is in process of indicting 6 people in reference to this case up in the New Jersey area. So that's where we are right now. I don't know who the 6 people are right now, but the district attorney did reach out and tell me this a couple of days ago. And they are going to be, hopefully by the end of the month, we'll have a lot more information based on the interviews that they're completing right now.
Isn't on. Do we need anything from him? It's up to you, and then I'll turn it over to council.
No, we not unless there's some questions. He's here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions? Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. My question is for the city manager, but you may not know since Ms. Jessie is not here. I know that we're talking about the cyber claim, but did we file a claim on the crime policy?
I believe so, but I can't say for certain, but I believe so. I have to confirm with Ms. Jessie.
She previously said she filed on the cyber and crime. She said both.
It was both or just what I couldn't remember?
Both.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else, Councilmember Gordon? Councilmember Cook?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to bring this up because I think I harassed the city manager about this particular point every time we talk about this subject. And it may be a moot point, but it just sort of drives me crazy. As I went back through the documentation today, I came across the page that had the letter from Officer Glover explaining in summary what basically had happened. And then we got pounds of documentation. And what drives me batty with all of this documentation is that I know from conversations I've had with everybody that some of the documents themselves are fraudulent, made-up documents. But we got all of this stuff in one big package. And for those who are looking at everything every day, you can tell what's what and what's not. My fear is because we're not really editing that package very strongly. 5-10 years from now, anybody who wants to do an open record request and they bring up all this documentation, they're not going to have the advantage of really appreciating what happened to us, because the created in your basement type documents are identified as being such. Now, I'm either completely out in left field with this comment, or I'm partially correct. And I think I am partially correct that in this package that we're trying to put together that shows the storyline, we have documents in there that are actually bogus documents, but they're not identified as such.
I
And
gotta
if I'm
stop you right there,
correct-
Councilmember Cook. I'm confused. Because you use fraudulent documents, bogus documents.
They're all basically
and
the same.
all-
They're not real.
But that's saying that the documents that we receive from staff, are you talking about in there's fraudulent and bogus documents?
No, what the email implies that took place as it relates to communication between one or more employees. That email communication did not take place between those two people or three people.
Oh, but they're not. That's so. I don't think that makes them fraudulent. I think that makes that's our record. Like, so I think what you're trying to say is that Mr. King didn't send it, but the other two employees received it and acknowledged it. So, you know, when we say that the documents are fraudulent and that they're bogus, that suggests that what we receive from staff has that type of information. And so I think you're saying that the emails regarding these transfers were not made as they appear to have been made. But that is the record from our open record system, from our email system. Those are the emails, and staff didn't make those up, because I think people will make an assumption that, and when you say fraudulent and bogus documents, I was about to ask you which ones, because we need to make that clear. So I'm just trying to clear that up, because I don't want to get wings and spread, or I'm not trying to put words in your mouth either, but if there are some that you found out about, please let us all know.
Well, I think you understood my point perfectly. That there may be those who actually did the investigation and can say, this particular email really did not take place between the parties here, but it's a document as part of the whole process. Okay, that's my point.
It is what we have as a record within the city. However, the people indicated on there may not have been the actual people who communicated.
And my serious point is 5-10 years from now, somebody reading a document is not going to know that.
Well, I mean, I think once we have the completion of the Secret Service investigation, we get completion of the District Attorney's investigation, we get the forensic audit investigation, we're gonna get a whole lot of facts that's gonna supplement all of this, and there'll be a full picture that will be able to tell us what actually did or did not happen. And I mean, so I hear you, and I think, yeah, right now we're just at the beginning, but there soon will be 3 things happening. Secret Service is still investigating, the District Attorney is investigating, And we will engage a forensic auditor to do a forensic audit. So we'll have 3 levels of investigation going on that I think will help shed more light.
Thank you, Mayor, for your assistance.
No problem, anytime. Councilmember Robertson?
Yeah, my police chief, I had another question. I just want to get a recap. I just wanted to pause and just make sure I heard what I heard. I think you said that the case was sent to the Fulton County DA, and then based on whatever information the Secret Service is involved. And then you said there were 6 people potentially being indicted. Is that correct?
Yes, and I probably should have clarified that. So
Okay.
federal indictments are long-winded,
Yes, sir.
for lack of a better term. So they're going to indict 6 people, but they may not go to trial for a year and a half.
Right.
But yes, they're indicting 6 people.
That's great progress. I just wanted to pause on that moment. Great progress. I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you. Chief Buchanan, I have a question. So I want to be clear. So the Secret Service involvement is not specific for East Point. It is about the email hacking and, as you said, the folks that have been indicted, because this is part of a larger situation. But the Secret Service is not investigating East Point per se.
No, so it's 2 courses of investigation. They're investigating the criminal hacking of the money. What we're doing with the district attorney's office is trying to get a better idea of actually how this occurred, what occurred, and if anybody was involved to do something they shouldn't have done, so to speak. So the Secret Service doesn't handle that aspect. They handle the money missing aspect.
Right, because they did get money from us, and so that's the part that they're dealing with.
Correct.
But not the internal side, or the more localized, I should say, side in East Point.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So the part that Secret Service is dealing with is the 4 wire transfers that total 1.2, a
Yes,
little over
ma'am.
$1.2 million.
Yes.
Secret Service assistance helped us get over 430, I think it's 435,000 back, and now we're still out of the 785,000. So the transfer of funds and all of that, is that within the Secret Service investigation?
Yes, all that's within the Secret Service investigation.
Okay. But they're not investigating local individuals,
Correct.
to your knowledge,
To my knowledge, correct.
which is where the district attorney comes in.
Yes.
Okay. And the district attorney has talked to the Secret Service, which is a good thing.
Yes, they did.
All righty. So that was the deleted vendors, the cyber attack, the insurance and the crime, the overvaluation of assets, and then the audits moving forward. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Just so we're clear and everybody's on the same page. So the Secret Service is, or the FBI, whomever, is arresting 6 possible arrests based on the hacking of the money.
Yes. So
Which-
it was a larger case and they
Exactly.
adopted it. Yes.
So it was the hacking of the money up from the city. So
Yes.
somebody will be prosecuted for hacking the city.
Correct.
Thank you.
Do we have a timeline? I mean, if they're sharing it, they must be close to indicting, but do we know?
So they're very close to indicting them. The only issue is once the case is indicted, it literally could take a year to a year and a half.
No, I understand
Right.
that
So,
part.
and once they get indicted, I can, I'll find out who they are and can disclose that information. It's going to be public knowledge at that time.
Okay. All right. Mr. King, City
Mayor,
Manager
did you
King.
want to do the forensic audit item since you're on this subject now? Did you want to bring it up? Just say, because it's on the agenda since it's,
I mean, we can, but I know for me on the forensic audit, I want to see all of the proposals that were submitted. And I know staff has a recommendation, but we haven't received information, the actual proposals that were provided. And that will be helpful for me. So I don't know if Mr. King is referring to item number 23. Staff is recommending Plant and Moran for the forensic audit not to exceed $150,000. So, Mr. King, I see Mr. Lawrence coming up.
Someone have him give him an overview and discuss some. Go ahead, Dermot.
Good evening again. Yes, Madam Mayor, I can get the proposals for you all, but we do have the proposal from Plant Moran showing that they are the selected vendor from our, correct, recommended vendor from our RFP.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no wrong with having a little music while I talk. There you go. There you go. I appreciate that. That's right. I like that. So when we all voted on the forensic auditor to come through, we had stated that we would take a look, the city council members would take a look at the auditors that you guys have selected. That they have recommended, and it would be at least 3. And then we would also be a part of that selection process. Now that's on that emergency session that we held. So now it seems like you guys are selecting or recommending someone for us. So, right. So we would like to have a copy of that provided to us. And the council, I think, based on what we voted on, we will have the opportunity to help select the forensic auditor. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Yes, so we need to have the proposal shared with us. I mean, the score sheet is attached to the agenda, but that doesn't give us the information that we'll need to ultimately make the decision between, it looks like there's 4 different vendors. So I don't know, council, if you want a soft copy, I probably want a hard copy. They could print it and put it in our boxes by tomorrow. So that gives us time to look at them by Monday.
Not a problem, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All righty. So Madam City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk, if you could put 23 on the agenda for Monday. I did say, and I apologize because we have the applicant here on 1826 Chapman Avenue. So if we could have staff come forward, Mr. King, with that presentation. This is a request for a special use permit for a habitable accessory structure at 1826 Chapman Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask staff to come forward. Taylor, okay, come on forward for now. Where's Tyler? Tyler? Tyler will come forward. McSwain, Senior Planner, will give an overview of this item.
This is item 30. Madam Deputy City Clerk, place the audit and financial update on the October work session. If we need to move it up sooner, we will, but we'll do it monthly on the work session agenda.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I think we do have our presentation ready when everybody is ready.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Ready for the head count. Okay. Hello. Again, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. Tyler McSwain, Senior Planner, Planning and Community Development Department. This petition for item number 32. The address is 1826 Chapman Avenue. The case number for the record is 2023. That's a variance. Okay. Okay, thank you. RZ 2023-00205. The applicant is Kaya McBride. This petition is for a special use permit for a habitable accessory structure. Again, the address for this property in question is 1826 Chapman Avenue. Staff has prepared a presentation for everyone tonight in regards to this petition. Simply put, this property and the applicant is here. This property has an accessory structure, which is approximately 600 square feet or so in the rear of the property. The applicant simply wants to convert that garage into a habitable accessory structure, and staff acknowledged this request and mentioned that the R1A zoning district requires this petition or this special use permit for the use of a secondary accessory structure, which is a dwelling, potentially. Staff did review over the criteria for this type of request and mentioned that there were no determining factors that would be a detriment to the surrounding property owners or community and adjacent land uses. We do have the site plan shared on the screen, just kind of give you an idea of where this is. It does have street frontage on Chapman Avenue. With that mentioned, staff did make a recommendation for approval with no conditions. Planning Commission shared the same sentiment and also recommend approval with no conditions as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions for you all this evening.
Questions from council? There anything that the applicant would like to add tonight? No? Hey, no pressure, you're welcome.
My name is Kai McBride at 1826 Chapman Ave. That's in the Center Park neighborhood. First, thank you both Madam Mayor and council members. I appreciate this time. I'm a first-time home buyer, so I'm just really excited about this property. And I actually really enjoyed going through the comprehensive land use plan and seeing that ADUs were actually highly considered as a part of your future development, I know just at least within my, amongst my peer group, finding housing has been interesting to say the least. So just glad to have an opportunity to be able to provide additional housing, not only for when family members come to visit, but for others, whether they're visiting from outside, traveling nurses, which I know part of the future development of East Point, the city of East Point, is moving the hospital over to the main street and just building out the main street as a whole. So knowing that that's happening, as well as just needing the increase of traveling nurses and business professionals, as well as, like I said, just in general, people sometimes just needing a place to stay. Just definitely grateful for the opportunity. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you to everybody who's assisted me on this. Thanks.
What's your name again?
Kaya McBride.
Ms. McBride. Well, congratulations on your first home.
Thank you.
Awesome. When did you move into the city?
2022, to Atlanta.
No, to this home.
Oh, 2022, March
Okay.
2022.
Congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, well then this will go on the agenda for Monday. A public hearing is required, and so that's at the kind of top of our agenda where we do our public hearings, but it will be set for the 6:30 council agenda on Monday. And then council will make decision as to what action they'll take then.
Okay, thank you
All
so
right.
much.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Madam City Clerk, agenda. All right, so now let's go back to presentation 2, cameras at gas station. Councilmember Shropshire.
Mayor, Madam Mayor, are we going to do the other public hearings?
Not right now.
Okay.
They don't have, there are no outside persons. Oh, which
Madam
one?
Mayor, if my way, we do have someone who came in for item number 33.
Which one? 33?
33, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. King and Attorney Weems, y'all ready to do 33?
Yeah, we're good, Mayor. We can go forward with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Shropshire.
All right. Okay. Moving on to item number 33. This request, we'll read the project number and also the request for the record. 2023 RZ 00206. This request is for a rezoning for property located at 2441 Main Street. The rezoning is from CR Commercial Redevelopment to I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, and this is for an automotive use business type. Staff does has a small presentation, and I believe the applicant is here to speak on any additional information as well. Here's a picture of the subject site that you all probably are familiar with, those who are traveling on Main Street. This building had been used for automotive use before, but at this time it sits vacant. The property is currently zoned commercial, as you see identified in red, and that is zoned commercial redevelopment. Also to mention that the property is also located within the downtown overlay district. The downtown overlay district is preserved for predominantly commercial redevelopment types of businesses, and also the comprehensive plan pushes for redevelopment and housing types for that region and area along Main Street. And what you're seeing here is the future land use map designation showing traditional urban neighborhood downtown. Okay. The applicant did provide information regarding the current floor plan and site plan for the site, making note that there is infrastructure in terms of access to the rear of the property and also on Main Street, given that this is a corner lot. Again, what's been shown here on the screen is the site plan for the property in question. Wanted to just talk about the non-conforming uses and the purpose of why they are here again. Given that the use had been allowed in a different zoning district that is not established now, so to reestablish this use at this subject property, rezoning would have to appear in order to bring it into compliance and conform to the current comprehensive plan and zoning designation. So again, they would like to utilize the business or similar use that was used here before. Unfortunately, that zoning district does not allow that use, and they will now have to seek a rezoning to industrial to have any related automobile-related services. With the information presented and also taking consideration what our comprehensive plan and our overlay has identified in terms of appropriate uses for this area, staff would recommend to deny the applicant's request. And I'm sorry, that's one slide. Staff did recommend denial of the applicant's request for the rezoning. The Planning Commission did as well recommend denial of the applicant's request for the rezoning to industrial. And again, the applicant is here, and I can also answer any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Renee.
I do have a problem with this, and the reason why is because they want to rezone it to light industrial. That also means that they could add like warehouses as well. And if we do it for that, we're gonna have some major problems in this district. Not only that though, do we want to have, we're having some major problems on Central Avenue with the repairs of cars and how many they got over there. Like they have a lot of old abandoned cars, junk cars. And to try to have them cleaning it up is a major problem for us. So do we want to have this kind of district downtown, you know, so close to our downtown district? And that is my concern. That's my biggest concern. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else? I'm equally concerned about putting light industrial in downtown East Point as we're trying to develop our city in a way that creates a destination. I know that there was previously a tire shop there, and you just mentioned non-conforming use. Was that a non-conforming use based upon the commercial redevelopment zoning district that's on it?
That's correct, meaning
Okay.
that if someone were to come in, they wouldn't be able to continue that use.
Right, and
That's
so
correct.
since it's been vacant for so long, they have to come back through, and that's not a guarantee, correct?
That's correct.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wish before they purchased the building, maybe it was disclosed what it was used for. I think they had visions of relocating where they currently are to a bigger space. It's not just a place for repairing cars. It's also like an educational facility as well. I, like Councilmember Karen Renee, I had concerns initially because we were trying to clean up that central area. They have a vision of having it a little bit more cleaner. I've been forwarding you all the letters from the supporters of the automotive shop, but I do understand our zoning rules and what we plan as far as coming into the city. My vote will follow the will of the people. I've asked them to go in and speak to the different neighbors that live nearby there at Colonial Hills. But I do understand the fact that what they purchased it for and their intentions and their desire, and then also it runs in conflict with the plan of the city and driving into the city. So I'll yield, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. The current zoning on it is commercial redevelopment, correct?
That's correct.
So in any real estate transaction, if they asked what the current zoning is, we would have told them commercial redevelopment.
That's correct.
And although previously there was a tire shop there that we had a lot of challenges with, I remember Councilmember Robertson sharing and actually being on site at some, I think the alarm was going off. It kept going off or something, but yeah, so the zoning is public information that would be made known at the time of a purchase.
Yes, we do have a process for a zoning verification letter, which we did discuss with the applicant or anybody who wishes to learn a little bit more about the property before closing or just general information. We do offer that. Only way that someone would have came in and continued that use if it would have been within a year of the last person in, and unfortunately it had lapsed according to our records.
Yeah, that's the only, I guess, provision. If it continues to remain active, but being vacant for a year puts it in the category where it has to come back before us. Any other questions? You mentioned that the applicant is here. I'm not sure who the
Yes.
applicant is. I don't know if they wanted to come and say anything.
You just gonna switch HTMLs. State your name and address. She's got your presentation, so we'll address it.
Okay. Hello, my name is Larry Witherspoon. I am the executive director and co-founder of the Automotive Training Center. And they have a presentation that I've produced before the Planning Commission because of some of the same concerns that everyone had about automotive businesses, specifically in East Point. Okay, so we are, just so I can be brief, is there a certain amount of time I should speak for?
Brevity is appreciated, but we don't have a stop clock on you.
Okay.
Stopwatch on you.
So I will try to be brief, but I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, and my father grew up very poor in the inner city, and he was only able to go to college because of a football scholarship. And he became an inner city high school teacher. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the movie Lean on Me. And he really lived that life. And I grew up watching him do that. I watched him coach sports, teach, running the summer jobs program. He also worked in a youth detention home part-time to make ends meet for my family. And so I didn't know it at the time growing up young, but he really put a lot in me. And so I was afforded opportunities as he helped move most of my family from low income to middle class to go to private school and not have to deal with some of the challenges that he saw his students go through, dealing with gang activity, drugs, and whatnot. And so even with my family's positive influence, I came across the wrong side of law and very nearly missed going to prison for a serious sentence. And so as I really saw where my life was headed, I was able to come back from that and finish my college degree. And I moved here about 12 years ago off of University Avenue and Pryor Road to be part of a community development project. And they said, hey, when you come in, please pay attention, keep your eyes open, even though there's lots of opportunities to get involved. And so what I saw was a lot of young people who reminded me of my former self, especially the boys dealing with anger, coming from single parent homes, and just schooling wasn't great. And so, you know, gang life, street life is really the real outlet. And so I knew that I had what my father had in him, and I wanted to give it to young people and create a program that would have been there for a younger me, that would have kept me out of trouble and put me on a path to finding purpose in my life. And so that's what we do at the Automotive Training Center. We are essentially a mentoring program, but we use vehicle repair as the vehicle for that. And so we have trained upwards of 300 students. We've been in East Point since 2016 off of Sylvan Road, and we have been growing our program and continue to do it. And we have partnerships with Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead, the Hennessy dealerships, and we are placing our students all over the city. And there's just great stories of students who have come to us living in their cars, and we've helped them get jobs and get back on their feet. There's more than one of those. And so we are not just an auto shop. I think some of our customers that come in, because we're open to the public, they come in and may only see the services that are taken care of, but we've provided an essential service, not only to the residents of East Point, but also to our students who need this type of technical training to really make their way in life. And we're not looking for all of them to be automotive technicians, but to solve complex problems and then apply that with work ethic and a passion for learning to anything that they want to do. And so we do understand the concerns of Central Avenue. I'm talking to Councilwoman Bailey about that. And what I want to explain to everyone here is that we're an outlier. We do not operate our business that way. We are very productive in what we do, and it would be a disservice to our students to not have anything less than excellent for them, because when they leave us and they go to these higher end dealerships, we don't want no drop off from what they learn with us to when they get placed. And so if you could go to the next slide, keep going. So these are just some pictures of our students, but this is, you know, a Google Maps photo of Central Avenue. And I think when people think about car repair, this is what they're primarily thinking about is, you know, this, Ms. Bailey's told me about getting phone calls every week because of the light and whatever you call this, but it has no place in East Point. And I would be doing a disservice to the residents of the city to run a business that looks like this. If you go to the next slide. So this is one of our partners, the owner of this shop. This is in south part of Buckhead off of Piedmont Avenue, called Anthem Automotive. This is one of the best independent repair shops in the city. They are a stone's throw from all of the high-end dealerships, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead. And their owner used to be one of our former board members and has helped us understand how to run a productive business. This organization is nestled in next to churches, high-rise condos, there's a Publix down the street, and it is a part of the fabric of this community. And it is essential because if you think about it, someone who is moving into the city with the development for the CR district, where are they going to get their car serviced? I don't think it's going to be on Central Avenue for the people that you're trying to recruit to move into the city. But we provide that service. And on top of that, we provide educational opportunities. If you go on to the next one. This is just a picture of it during the day. It's busy, but if you go there by night, all the cars are either pulled inside or they've been given back to customers. You can go to the next one. This is another one of our partners, Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead. I don't know if everybody's aware, but this is not only one of the top dealerships in the city, but in the country. And it is run by a minority couple, the Brancos, and we have been partnered with them. So we keep going to some other, this is another picture. This is Braxton Automotive, where we've placed students. And if you could go to, keep going. This is a rebranding that we're going to be doing with our move, changing our name to Jumpstart, and then there should be, keep going. This is a photo of this is not a photo that I staged. This is the end of the day where, as you can see, there's no vehicles outside. I'll go to the next slide. It's another photo, and then the last one there. So this is what the Main Street property was before. Go to the next one, please. If you can look in the back here, this is what I see as a nuisance business that you're talking about on the next slide. And so this is what a rendering of the shop on Main Street will look like once we're finished with it. So I'd like to ask, are there any further questions?
Thank you so much for sharing information. Thank you for being in the city of East Point since 2016 and the work that you're doing to mentor young people into the automotive field. It's greatly appreciated. I'll go to Councilmember Robertson. It's the only light I see right now, and then I'll say the rest of my comments later.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did enjoy the presentation. I thought it was a really interesting look of concept of bringing young people in. You said board members, so is this a nonprofit or for-profit?
Yes, we're a nonprofit organization.
So the whole center is a nonprofit?
Yes.
And so when you repair cars, they pay for a service, but then it's...
Yes, it's just like the Goodwill. So when you go in, cashiers they're in their job training program. So we are able to put those funds into the training program and not pay tax on them because we are a 501c3.
On a yearly basis, how many students or training comes through your system?
We see between 30 to 50 students, and we're looking to double that number with this new larger facility.
And then I heard you say Jumpstart. Is that the new name?
Yes, we will be adding Jumpstart to the front of our name.
And most of the people that come through your program come through what portal? Some come from local community, comes from.
So we serve all of
from
Metro Atlanta.
Jail. What type of pipeline you have?
So we get a mixture of students. We see homeless, refugee students, some dealing with criminal records, some that haven't graduated from college. We had a student in last class. He just had a young child on the way and he needed a job right away. And so a student can go from no mechanical experience to being employed in, 14 weeks with us.
And last question, while they're being trained, are they getting paid?
So 2 of our programs, students aren't paid, but we piloted an advanced level program that is an additional 16 weeks. And so students are paid in that program.
I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may be a question for planning and zoning. You've talked about a different training center that you partner with. Where are they located? Are they located in industrial or commercial?
So the one that is here locally is the City of Refuge. And so they have a much larger campus and they operate that on facility that they already had space for. We are a little bit different from them because they are a larger nonprofit that existed and then moved into auto repair.
And you mentioned as far as the dealership you partnered with, I think it was Mercedes near churches, Publix. Is that also industrial in that area?
No, so I wouldn't be able to speak on the exact zoning, but there is a mixed use of organizations there. So if you go up to North Buckhead, those car dealerships are nestled in with to provide those services to all of the residents that are around. And they're also still able to achieve population density and also provide services so people don't have to leave that area and those tax dollars stay in the community.
Thank you so much. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It may just be a purpose to make sure we got this point, but something I noticed is that it seems like the locations and the type of autos that your students may work on are primarily foreign high-end products.
So we service all types of vehicles, and we have a mix of domestic and import dealers that we place students at.
Yeah, one of the areas you focus, I think, is noted for the number of Volvo shops in that particular area, just north of the Atlanta Waterworks.
Yes.
Yeah, I recognize one or two of the names there for some obvious reasons. Thank you.
So again, I think the program, your company has a very good mission and you're doing good work. I literally was thinking about Central Avenue when you showed the picture. Like that is kind of the area that we have these types of uses in. Unlike other cities, I mean, we're just under 15 square miles and we can't annex in any more property, right? So every block in our, especially in our downtown where we're really trying to create it as a destination becomes very important as to what we allow to go there. And so I believe looking at our comprehensive plan, our future land map, planning and zoning and staff, that's the basis of the denial, not for the content of your business or what you provide, but maybe Central Avenue, or I'm not sure. You said you're on Sylvan?
Yes.
Where are you on Sylvan?
So we are kind of diagonal across from Impact Church.
Oh,
so
okay.
we're in the back of, even when Ms. Bailey came, even driving past that part, there's Lackley's Automotive, and the businesses on the front seem similar to Central Avenue, but we are in the back of that complex.
So are you with Georgia Stand-Up? I'm behind Georgia Stand-Up. Are you behind Georgia Stand-Up?
I think
I'm not familiar where that is.
So when you say across the street, this is Impact Church, you're on this side of the street or across the street?
Yeah, so Rosie's, and if you keep coming back towards Langford Parkway, where the old Mutt and Jeff used to be, we're all the way in the back of that business park. And also, you know, Ms. Bailey asked that question, well, what about Central Avenue? We looked at some of those properties over there. They're too small for our uses.
There's also someone, I call this place a concrete jungle. It's on, I can't remember. It's the street that takes you to, goes over to Hayville. That's very large. It's actually kind of vacant. What street is that? It's not, is it Central?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't see any other comments from council. This will be on our agenda for Monday because a public hearing is required. So the public hearings are usually at the top. Oh, I was looking at staff. At the top of the agenda, so it'll be on at 6:30, and we will get to the public hearings, and then council will take any action it decides at that time.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is the applicant for 34 here?
Madam Mayor, we do not see the applicant.
Do we have any questions on 34? It's a public hearing, so we want to just put the 34 on the agenda. Okay. All right. Good. Look. All right. So now we can go back. Cameras at gas station at the last work session. Talked about having an ordinance, the potential looking at requiring people to keep videos for 30 days. So I think that's why it's on tonight around any updates. Councilmember Shropshire. Press your mic. Press your mic, Councilmember Shropshire.
I think we had a conversation with the police chief. If there are, is there any updates on cameras at the convenience store or businesses?
So, yeah, interim city attorney and I are working on that to make sure we get the right language in the ordinance, but that's what we're looking at. Yes.
Do you have a timeline as to when it'll be ready?
So what I wanted to do, we're looking at our camera system for the citywide. I want that ordinance to be in place by then. So what we're looking for, the grant money hasn't been released, but it's supposed to be released this month. So probably by mid-October, we want that ordinance passed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
October would be the October work session. Maybe we'd have a draft by then to see if it's ready.
That should be fine, Madam Mayor. And to Councilmember Shropshire's point, we're also, this is more for executive session, but we're going through some contractual things with our current camera provider. So we want to time this with what we're doing with that as well. That's kind of why we're timing it out the way we're doing it.
So it sounds like when it comes back, it'll be an ordinance. The agenda item will actually be an ordinance.
Citywide ordinance.
Citywide ordinance. So Councilmember Shropshire, in lieu of placing this item on the October work session, hopefully we'd have the ordinance that instead.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And it'll cover all the business, even the ones that have, and I'm gonna say like the Family Dollar, they will be required to have cameras outside as well.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll put ordinance, possible ordinance in October work session.
Yes.
Okay. Next, 2023 homestead exemption, Councilmember Bailey.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Jackson to come up and deliver his report. I've been getting a lot of questions about different exemptions related to East Point homestead, so I just asked Mr. Jackson if he would present information about it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good evening. Upon Councilwoman Bailey's request, I come to you with the homestead exemption charts that we have on our website. The first one is the basic, excuse me. The first one is the basic homestead exemption, which is called an HO1. The applicant must be a legal resident in the city of East Point. And what I mean by that, it has to be your primary resident. You can own 2 properties, but you can only have one as your primary residence. You must own and occupy the home as of January the 1st. You must provide a copy of your the homeowner's driver's license that also has that particular address on it. You must provide a copy of the warranty deed, provide a copy of the homeowner's vehicle registration with that address on it, and it can be completed online at www.eastpointcity.org, or you can come in and fill it out at the, I think it's 2791 East Point Street. The next one is the senior exemption. That is the HO4, and it comes at 70 years old or older as of the year you're applying for it. You must apply at customer care or online. You must provide your federal and state income tax returns. You must provide a Georgia's driver's license with that address on it or a Georgia ID. Provide all vehicle registrations. Provide a Social Security award letter if you do not file income tax. The next one we have up is the disabled veteran. It is an HO5. Homeowners who are disabled veterans and have been approved and documented by the Veterans Administration as being totally, permanently disabled are entitled to receive benefits for 100% service-connected disability. This exemption may be extended to the unmarried widow or minor children after his or her death. You must provide federal and state income tax returns, provide Georgia driver's license with that address on it, all vehicles registered at that address. You must provide the Social Security award letter. If you do not file income tax, you must provide 100% service-connected disabled letter from the military, and you must apply at the Customer Care Center at 2791 East Point Street or online at www.eastpointcity.org. This is the only one of the HO4 and the HO5 that there is an income requirement. It goes by the Social Security index. So the HO4, the HO5, and the HO6 each go by the Social Security index, but the disabled veteran has a cap on how much their home can be worth. The next one is the disabled person, which is the HO6. The homeowners who are disabled with legal documentation as being 100% and permanently disabled are entitled to this exemption. You must provide federal and state income tax returns. You must provide your Georgia driver's license. If you don't drive, you must provide a Georgia ID. You must provide all vehicle registrations, provide your Social Security award letter. If you do not file income tax, provide your disabled letter from the doctor. A form is provided by the city for the doctor to sign, and it must come in a sealed envelope from the doctor's office. And you must apply at customer care, the same as all the above. Did you want me to go over the homestead relief? The homestead relief grant. It's a one-time reduction signed into law on March 13, 2023 by the governor and the General Assembly as House Bill 18. Property owners will receive the homestead tax relief grant in the form of an $18,000 reduction in their assessed value. Basically, if your home is assessed at 100,000, your home will then be assessed at 82,000, plus your $2,000 homeowner exemption. Homestead tax relief grant does not apply to rental, commercial, or personal properties. Homesteads where the owner does not owe or pay any property taxes will not receive the grant, and that would be those of the HO4 and the disabled person, the seniors and the disabled persons. Some of your disabled veterans will receive it, but not all, based on the value of their home. The property owner must have an existing homestead exemption as of April 1st, 2023. The homestead relief grant will be automatically applied to the properties with the existing qualified exemptions, and the homestead tax relief grant cannot be used as a refund. And I think another question was asked as to if a person bought a home in this year, if they buy that home this year, they apply the following year, because it takes the next year for them to for the Fulton County to process all of it and put it in the new homeowner's name. Anyhow.
Councilmember Bailey, Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple questions. I noticed that some of the homestead exemptions require income, the tax returns. Is that for income verification?
Yes, it is.
And does that mean that a certain income is not, you're excluded from the actual benefit?
Yes, it does.
And then my second question is related to submitting homestead exemption. Homestead exemption basic, how often do you have to apply for them? I guess basic, I guess you wouldn't have to reapply. But the others you
The
would.
homestead HO1, which is your basic exemption, you only apply for one time. All of them you only apply one time. But once you start aging, or if you get disabled, you have to reapply. We don't have a system that follows age nor disability. So once you turn 70 years old, you apply if you have an HO1. Once you become disabled, pray that don't happen, you then apply.
Once you apply and you are approved, do you have to continue to submit
No.
documentation for the income?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
If you apply and your income is too high, we advise to continue to apply because Social Security index continues to increase.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield.
Thank you. And Ms. Jackson, since we tortured each other quite a bit this past year, let's do it again. Would you go back to HO4?
Yes, sir.
And I'm doing this because you did not ask this question, but I know it's going to come up. First thing, you just mentioned the ceiling as it relates to Social Security benefits. And keep in mind, he is correct, that number changes every year. And you must get the ceiling number from the right source.
And that's correct.
That was something we discovered last year. You can go to several places and get a number, but the number we're going to use is the one that the state accepts.
Yes.
Okay. Then the next thing is with HO4 as it relates to age, a lot of people miss out on how the ceiling for the age is actually calculated. And it basically says that, excuse me, you must reach 70 years of age and ask for the exemption prior to April the 1st of the year you want the exemption, which is also after your 70th birthday.
You have to be 70 on January the 1st.
That's another way of saying it.
Yeah. If your birthday is your birthday is January the 2nd, you can't apply until the following year. If your birthday is January the 1st, you can't apply to the following year. You have to be 70 years old at the end of the previous year.
You must make the application by April 1st.
And you must submit by April 1st.
And it creates a lot more drama than you would think. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Jackson, because I had this added to the agenda about the millage rate. What we received from staff is a recommendation. And I know last year when we were having this discussion, Councilman Renee was talking about increasing the homestead exemption, and we had those discussions, and I think you brought back some information and we chose not to. You know, there were a couple things raised and we received emails. One of the questions or comments last meeting was that the tax digest that we were using was 22 and not 23.
No, the tax digest we're using is 23.
If you could speak into the mic from me, go to the slide, because I think there was some confusion on that. Yeah, one was that we should have 5 years on here.
I have 5 years on there. Yeah. What, do you want me to start from the beginning or go to
no,
exactly
just-
what you were talking about?
Yeah, go ahead and go to what I'm talking
Those
about.
are the 5 years she was speaking of, which is 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24.
So these are the 5 years that we're comparing.
Yes.
And this will be in the presentation that we give on Monday.
Yes.
Before was the 18, 19?
The 18, 19 was left off the one that I had.
Okay.
In error. And I apologize.
All right, and then the other was, this is the tax, it says current 2022 tax digest and 5-year history of levy.
Man, I should have put 23 up. My fault.
That was,
That might have been the reason it was thrown off. I apologize.
so
But it should have been-
we are using the 2023 though?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now we were looking at, and then the other thing is that, keeping the millage rate the same will cause a $4,489,154 increase. What is that going to be used for? And so we have safety is a top priority. We have planning and permitting concerns constantly. There is concerns about the city customer care department, code enforcement, the public works, keeping our gateways and things clean, economic development. So what is that, if we're asking residents or the recommendation is to keep this at 13, we'll get almost 4.5 million additional dollars for what? Like, we don't have a $4.5 million shortfall in our current budget.
That would be on the finance department and others, how that money is used. I only state what we collect.
Correct. And actually, I apologize. I should pose that question to Mr. King. As to that's a 4.5 million additional dollars. What are we gonna do with it, and how do we show what we're using so that people can hold us accountable for doing what we say we're gonna do? Like, we don't have a $4.5 million shortfall in our budget right now. So an additional $4.5 million is going to be used for what?
Madam Mayor, there are a few initiatives that we do have on the table that we're currently looking at. One is the pay in class study. As you are aware, we are in phase 1 of that for the lowest salaried individuals in our staff. We still have another phase we have to do on that, and the final cost on that. We are going to be making some upgrades to the permitting section. I've got a couple things on the agenda from an item that Councilor Bailey has placed on there that we've got that. And we have focus group member recommendations on that, and that's going to bring another set of recommendations on that. Then there's also customer care that's going to be the same set of engagement that's going on that we're doing with planning, because that's why we got Turnkey Solutions hired to bring them on board so as to see what improvements have to be made and that's going to be coming to you as well. So for FY '24, where we're in right now, those are on the horizon. We are going to be coming back to you probably first with the pay and class study once we have turnkey, once we have Evergreen come forward and they've got that on the plate. And so that's got to be an item that's very, very pressing for us. So we don't have numbers yet on that, but that will become forthcoming. Those are some of the high priorities we have. And so permitting, I'm going to talk a little bit about because Councilor Bailey has placed it on the agenda, and that's something that we've gotten some really good feedback on. So I'm excited about that, but we don't have exact numbers, but those are some things that are coming this year.
Thank you, Mr. King. I think to help us or council make this decision, I mean, we need to say what we're going to use it for, and have some numbers. Like we're asking to keep the recommendation is to keep the millage rate the same, to get $4.5 million pay and class study. It's unanimous agreement that we want to make sure we value our employee, but what's the value? What's the amount? Upgrades to permitting. I mean, before I got on council almost 10 years ago, been talking about permitting, planning and permitting all that time. And so what are these upgrades going to be that are actually going to improve the process and increase the accountability? And then the customer care, we did engage the consultant turnkey, but I shouldn't continue to get calls from people saying they've had a rude experience with customer care. Keyword in customer care is care. And so, residents are holding us accountable and asking for when are things going to improve. And if we're saying we're going to have an additional almost $4.5 million, what are we putting that in to actually see demonstrable, actionable improvements to processes and key things in the city? I got off of 166 today, and the grass is probably above my waist at this point. And I know we just got a consultant for or engaging people on public works, but like, how do we ensure the grass is cut and that our gateways are beautified? We talked about that for a while as well. And so, for me, it would be helpful if council is inclined to keep the millage rate the same, that we actually have some level of itemization, even if they're estimates, but close estimates based upon like, what is this going to be used for? We can go on with Parks and Rec, and there's just a number of different areas. Like, what are we using? Why are we asking for, or why are we indicating that we need a $4.5 million increase to our budget? And what is that going to be used for? Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And on that same topic, not to deflate anything you said, I want to add some things to that. First of all, Mr. Jackson and I have had some short, casual conversations, but this conversation needs to be brought up again in the Budget Finance Committee and with the city manager. A couple of things. Number one, the numbers here actually are the projections, but they're not the realization of what we actually collect, because we never collect exactly what we have out there. That's what we can go after. Secondly, I think reducing the millage is not impossible, but it's sloppy if we don't really plan for it. And what I'm really saying here is that the numbers we're looking at are already encased in the budget that we started operating on July 1st. So you get the ripple impact of that, trying to reduce that in lower. But if you plan for reducing the millage rate a year ahead of time, we may be able to ward off a couple of things that we know are coming our way. Also keep in mind, this money goes into the general fund. It's generally anywhere between 40 to 45% of the total collected for the general fund. It's usually basically just enough to cover what it costs to operate public safety police and fire salaries and equipment, which is something we know constantly goes up on us. Plus, with the salary increases we're trying to make across the board for all job categories, excuse me, we do have the additional issue of making sure we keep the pension benefits up to speed. So I'm not talking down reducing the millage rate. I'm saying it's possible, but we got to plan for it a year ahead of time. We can't really do a very good job of changing it after we've already started the budget year where this same money is going to be used.
And I hear you on that, Councilmember Cook, but we can make budget amendments at any time. And,
We do.
And I think there has been an assumption that what is recommended will actually be approved. And I think we need to be clear about where that money is going. I think about another neighboring city when they ended up increasing, I think they even increased their millage rate, but it was clearly for public safety salary. I think it was fire. Like they clearly indicated what the money was being used for. So, and then people can expect to see that and then hold us accountable. So like, I hear you. I don't think that it takes a year out. I mean, we can amend the budget at any time. I think it's prudent upon us to ensure that this $4,489,154 is tied to some level of service improvement, enhancement. Like what are we gonna do with it? Why do we need it? We don't have, it's not like our general fund was negative $4,489,154 this year. And we're saying we need this to make us whole. We don't have that situation. So it would be helpful if during the public hearing on Monday, and we can have some clear articulation. And I mean, again, if we're working on numbers and things in the work, do we have an estimate? I know we talked about the pay and classification study, and that is very important. And I think there's a desire to even increase above what is recommended, but what is that cost going to be? Like, what are some numbers that we can associate with this increase that will show what it will be used for and the accountability that goes along with that, and increase improvements in service. And so if it's going to help in planning and permitting, I think we have an item coming up, great, because that's long overdue. There are a lot of concerns that we get from planning and permitting that aren't related to money though. So I'll talk about those when we get to that item. So we have our third public hearing on Monday on the millage rate. If there is a desire to change the millage rate, what does that, I mean, I know we're having public hearings and I know there's a recommended amount. If the amount changes, do we have to then have 3 new public hearings?
Yes, ma'am, we'd have to advertise over again, start the whole process over again and advertise it again. One of the reasons that it's a tight window when we receive our information from Fulton County, and we have like 2 weeks before we can even start making a decision. So once I get the information, I start calculating. And at that time, I have to start filling out the calendar on how we're going to advertise meetings and everything. Once I get it, I just don't know which direction. If y'all would give me some direction you want to go before we make decisions, I don't have a problem with that. But we're on a tight window. If we want to collect the majority of the money by the end of the year, we have to have it in.
So when do we get it from the county? That's a good point. When do we get the tax digest from the Fulton County Property Assessor?
Yes, ma'am.
Assessor?
We normally get it around the, let's say between July 1st and July 15th.
Okay, so we get it in
That would be
July.
the first one, but they have changes.
So when do we get the final one? When is the final one due?
No, normally, let's say it's before, by August. We'll have it by August.
By August 1st?
Yes, but one of the issues, and I just want to bring this up so you'll be fully aware of what's going on. One of the things is like with the $4,489,
If it was that, I would. Yeah, if it was that, we would be having a conversation.
With that, coming up, as Councilman Cook stated, we don't collect that 100%. But one of the other issues is we have appeals. So if we have hundreds of appeals from the city, from personal property and regular property, and once they pay, you have to, if they appeal it and they win their appeal, you have to send that money back. And that's the process.
Do we have a trend analysis to show over the last 5 years or so, like we estimated collecting this, there were X number of appeals and like what we netted?
I can get that for you, but I just don't have it on.
Yeah, I think that will be helpful. And if that's a part of this $4,489,154, like we could see that. I mean, that would be helpful information for me.
No problem.
That's the trend analysis on actual collections with appeals included. Anyone else? Okay, so we have our third public hearing on Monday, and then if there were changes, then the next public hearing would be, we'd be able to do 2 in October and 1 the 1st of November. Is that too late?
They would have to have, in order to get it out, in order to get it done. You're saying 2 in October?
So if there's a desire to change it, I'm speaking highly speculative at this point. But that will be the third public hearing on this recommended millage rate is September 18th. We have to have 3, you said, if there are any
You have to
changes
have 3
made.
and
So
have-
then we would have to, the soonest would be October 2nd, October 16th, and then November the 6th.
No, because you have to have them advertised a certain amount of days between public hearings.
Correct. Like we start that process on September 19th, right?
If I start the process on September the 19th.
I think the public, we have to get the information to
Tuesday, and then it would be next week, before the following week, before I
Correct.
could get that information. Then 10 days from that date.
Correct. So the September 18th meeting, the Wednesday is when I think they have to have it to the paper for publication, and it'll come out the following Wednesday, which would be September 27th. And that you're saying that wouldn't be 10 days before October 2nd. The first
I'd have to
hearing-
look at the calendar.
Okay.
I'd
All
have to
right.
look at the calendar.
No
I'm sorry.
problem. We can talk offline.
That'd
All
be
right.
fine.
Yeah, no, I agree we need to have it in place, but I mean, we need to say what we're using.
I would
money for.
rather give you
Yeah, the actual time, yeah.
So I
and we
can give
talk
you
about that.
actual time.
Okay, no problem. Next up, update on policing. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson.
You all have a great evening.
You too.
Chief?
Oh, I'm sorry, I do apologize. Okay, so a couple of things. Just want to give a quick update on our Eye in the Sky project. The funds are supposed to be released this month. They asked us for amended budget. That's the delay. So we're getting that to Ms. Barnes by tomorrow morning, and we'll move forward with that. Last week, someone was saying that the crime was up. So I kind of want to give you an update on crime because I think it's very important. Violent crime this time last year compared to now is down about 70%. That means your armed robberies, your homicides, your domestic violence cases, any type of assault against a person, the shootings and all those type of things is significantly down. Even our car break-ins are down. I even spoke with the resident, but we had some car break-ins in Jefferson Park. We arrested that individual. He was arrested multiple times. They finally kept him. So pretty much in all categories, a lot of our crime is significantly down. I would tell you that is facts. We're hiring a communication director for our 911 center. She's really come highly recommended. We've been looking for one about 8 months. So October 1st is our start date. We've conducted multiple interviews to get the right person. And I believe we definitely have the right person for that. I went down to APD Crime Center to go look at everything. So they're kind of guiding us in terms of what we need to do to make sure we have the best plan when we have our eye in the sky and the best facilities and best equipment. We did if you don't mind, I know you asked about a couple of things on the agenda tonight, so I can also address those. And I think squatters on the agenda, and I can kind of address that as well. Okay, so I'm going to address the squatters first. At Heritage Park, 3 weeks ago, we called the company. They came down. We checked every resident. There was not any squatters. But I did get a call from Councilwoman Gordon about a couple houses. So we're going to come back. They're going to come back down. We're going to check those. But I think one of the homeowners, if I'm not mistaken, let me know, said that they were parking in that person's driveway that was a vacant home. So people may have thought someone squatters were there. But we're still going to do a double check. And we're going to try to do this about once a month to kind of make things a little bit easier. We're still working with it's a possible couple of homes in Lake Estates, but we're still trying to get information on that. And I'll let y'all know once we get that information. But we're not sure that's, may or may not be the case. In reference to, since I'm doing an update, I do everything real quick. In reference to the F-150 trucks, I think that's number 37. We ordered 4 F-150 vehicles last year. Okay, we ordered 4 F-150 vehicles for our code enforcement team last year. We have yet to get them. We've called Ford multiple times, and they pretty much told us there's a chip shortage, and the chips they have available is going to how their high-end F-150s, $50,000 or more, and they could not give us any date in terms of when our vehicles will be completed. So we transitioned to this Gwinnett Place Ford just because they had 3 on the lot. We still need the 4th one, but they're very scarce because of the chip. So hopefully they say if they get another one, they'll let us know. So only thing we're doing is changing vendors for the simple fact that the original vendor can't provide the vehicles. They've been waiting over a year for them, so we have to kind of transition. We go down to number 38, if they can. So we did a detailed analysis of vehicles. At the time, we got the 25 vehicles that it was needed. When we didn't have any vehicles to drive, so it was definitely needed. Now that we're filling up our department, we have to have more vehicles. We took a detailed analysis to see how many people have vehicles, how many people don't have vehicles in our patrol division. All these are patrol vehicles. So we contacted Ford to see what was the best option for us. They
You're
reckon.
still on 38, right, G?
Yeah, I did. Yes, this is on 38, yes.
Okay.
So what we did was we looked at Ford. We had a conversation with them. I've been speaking to the city manager about this for probably since about March or April. We talked about this. Ford said the best option that most people are doing now is cheaper in the long run. It's doing a lease to purchase over the course of 5 years. It saves us the initial costs. They pushed the payments back 6 months. So this approved where first payment would be due, I think April, and then you pay an equal payment, every year for 5 years. We're going to split the condemned fund money with the general budget for the first payment. And we looked at the finances. I believe the general budget could handle the rest of it from there, like $600,000. But the great thing is, if you look at it, when you have the take-home vehicles, the accidents, we have already dropped in 2 years. Our accidents probably going on 75%. It drops and plummets because only one person is driving a vehicle. The maintenance cost as well plummets. I was just speaking to Alfonso, who's in our fleet maintenance, and he would like us also to add GPSs to these vehicles so we know where they are, but also a GPS system that monitors the maintenance. What's good about these vehicles is all the costs have already been added in. So the blue lights, the vehicles, the laptop computers, the in-car cameras. So there's no additional expense. Ford will finance everything under one umbrella. So I don't have to come to you and say, hey, this is how much the lights are, this is how much the computers are, this is how much the cameras are. That price is inclusive of everything.
I just want to say something real quick.
Go ahead, Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Cook.
My prayer is that you guys order them immediately. Do not let this linger because they're talking about a strike. And if they go on strike, that means it's going to be a major car shortage. So we don't want to get caught out there like we did last time when we approved all these vehicles and then they sat in a mailbox somewhere that they didn't get bought or they were not paid for, or the transaction never was completed and we didn't get the cars that we needed, and then there was a chip shortage. So now that we know that it might be a strike that may be coming, and it is more predictable that it will be, I think that if we approve this, I think we need to act immediately on this. We don't need to let this linger on for 2 and 3 months, waiting for cars that we desperately need now. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now you.
Thank you. And Chief, I had a couple of questions earlier today, and that probably caused some of the stall here. I was just a little curious as to why so many units at one time, because in the past, what we've done is taken the total inventory needed and kind of split it up so that everything doesn't go to the jump pile on the same day while we're still waiting on all the new cars to come in. And when I saw this number, I was just a little confused. Was that the entire fleet or just that portion of the fleet that you're ordering?
So
then you take those concerns and you add them to the concerns that Councilwoman Renee just brought up. You got your hands tied.
Yes.
Wish you luck.
I have a question. My question is in reference to code enforcement.
Yes.
So are they working on the weekend? What exactly are they doing? Because I honestly don't see them in my area. There's a house where they park on the lawn, trees are growing up beyond the house and so on. I still have a house next to me that has bricks in the front yard. So exactly what is code enforcement? What are they enforcing?
So first of all, they're working 7 days a week. Okay, everybody's working 7 days. Well, not everybody. We alter the off days, but you have a code enforcement officer 7 days a week. So if you noticed, you used to call me on the weekends about these pop-up businesses at plazas. You shouldn't have that issue anymore because they're working. I told them make sure they hit the marketplace and all our shopping areas to make sure that we don't have any pop-up businesses. So that's been corrected, correct? So they're working. But for real, those issues right there, I will make sure it's taken care of. You're welcome.
Speaking of code enforcement and businesses in Camp Creek, the trash in Camp Creek Marketplace, and just other areas of the city, but particularly there, I know at one point there was some level of enforcement to help encourage them to keep it clean, but concerns are shared by residents about and then when I go there often as well, the lack of upkeep speaks to the management of that property and others in the city, right? So like, I know one time, I think when you were before us, you talked about, I don't know if it was you shared or maybe I learned from some, but maybe it was when we were at Walmart, that in other cities, they have the types of buggies that can't go off the property.
Correct.
If they do, it's a problem. And then if they go off the property, code enforcement cites them.
Yes.
And brings them back. So like, what are we doing around the level of enforcing to ensure that our business districts are compliant and making sure that their areas are clean, as well as the other blighted properties and things within the city as well, right? We get concerns a lot from residents saying, I just got a citation from code enforcement about my grass, but the blighted property next door has grass to my head, right? Like, so what are we doing about those things?
So it's a couple of issues that are having. We have a lot of complaints on these blighted properties. When we go back to do a research, a lot of those properties are already on the 50 worst properties. They're not it's more than 50 on the 50 worst. But a lot of those properties are on there. So a lot of times a resident may say, hey, look at this house right here, but you're coming to me about grass. Well, that house is already in litigation based on the 50 worst property. We're trying to hunt down the owner and things of that nature. Now, the marketplace is a huge concern because that's the busiest place in the city, and it brings all our tourism, all our people in, and it's a great shopping place. So we must continue to do a good job at making sure these owners are held accountable, and we did before. So, City Attorney Williams, I'm going to also say to you, we can need to make contact again, and you can send some legal letters or something. We'll make sure that we keep enforcing that to make sure we don't let that go.
Well, when you talk about keeping areas clean, and I know that's not really you per se, but just wanted to add, I know over time, I know that the management changed, or the ownership actually changed recently, and there have been vast improvement at the marketplace with the number of items. So I look forward to that continuing to be the same. I won't go into the other because it wouldn't be your department that would handle the litter issue. We just see a lot, and I guess I can relate to you because it is code enforcement, right? So I'll go ahead. So red wine to desert is always a hot spot for debris, trash, litter, always. I think it's because folks are just, if they eat, they toss whole bags of garbage in the middle of the street. So just behind the marketplace, where the apartments are, that lead to the food bank and then turn and you're going towards desert. So that whole area is definitely a hot spot on a routine basis. Not really sure
So
what we can do.
we have a probation department, but what happened during COVID is we stopped this service. We need to start it back, and I'm going to make sure that happens. People who are on probation on the weekends was picking up trash in the city. I think everybody remembers that. We haven't done that since COVID, but we probably need to look at in the next immediate time frame to start that back so we can have a cleaner city, because also, first of all, it's a good detail. It helps them pay off their probation. So it serves some really good purposes. So let me start that back. Write this down with me.
I have one more question. Are you all working with Atlanta when it comes to Camp Creek Marketplace?
Yes.
Because when you leave, and I'm going to say this is it, right there in that corner, right when you go into Lowe's in the parking lot, they have people selling everything from sheets to doing hair to selling food, everything.
So I have spoken with Atlanta about that on several occasions because they know it's not allowed in East Point. The problem is no one knows East Point from Atlanta at the marketplace because they're conjoined. So I will reach back out to them, and I told them, hey, you need to have somebody out here on the weekends because this is a nuisance and a problem. So I will reach back out to them. That's not an issue. I'll reach back out to them.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Trying to make sure that takes care of all the things that you might be a part of on the agenda. Yeah, 36, I think, on your agenda. The change order from one vendor to another for the purchase of the Ford. You see that $116,430.97.
Yes, that was from the previous 4 vehicles, F-150s for code, to the 3, because that's all they had in.
Oh, okay, so that's why we had to change vendors.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, any objection to that going on consent? What about 38? Chief, explain that one. Any objection to that going on consent? We want to order those ASAP. Okay, Chief, I think that takes care of you.
Thank you all very much, Chief.
Thank you so much for your service.
I appreciate you all too.
All right, next up, Councilmember Gordon, item number 6, update on transparency software for city expenditures. Trying to see.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this item is on the agenda again. I think previously, Mr. Price did provide us with an update, and I believe that update only was referencing the OpenGov software. So in addition to what you may have to report tonight, because previously you stated approximately a cost of over in excess of $200,000 and the need to hire someone. What I'd like to also bring for discussion tonight is the consideration for perhaps maybe us researching or quoting out other companies, maybe do some price comparisons, but I know that would need to be, something that we agree upon happening, because if there's something that, could be, less expensive for us, we certainly want to take a look at that. But also, we just want to make sure that we are, especially in light of recent incidents, that we are having the ability to be transparent with our financials, and that should say to include expenditures, but just wanted to know your thoughts on this situation since our last update.
Good night, Council, Madam Mayor. And so we did look at different software before, and the other ones weren't really designed for government from the ground up. That's why we chose OpenGov, because they're really in the government sector, and we know that it's an easy lift. If we, there's a whole bunch of other data analytics tools out there, but it's going to be another maintenance is going to require a lot of expertise outside of what we already, we don't have that expertise here to do that. So like I said, we'd need staffing to do that, to look at the data and analyze it, and then work with the clerk's office to make sure that what's being displayed is good, nobody's personal information. So we did look at that, and really OpenGov would be the option that we'd want to go with. But as far as the information, it's really, the best solution right now, which would be OpenGov. But as we are required by law to have open records, would be, the best option for us now to have all the information there. If anyone has a request, then they can request the open records.
Okay, thank you. Can you quote or recite the quote price again that you provided for us previously?
Sure. So this is at that time, it probably increased a little bit, but $53,675 to actually do the software, and then $22,000 to get it onboarded. So that's about $76,000. And then the yearly ongoing costs estimated would be that $53,000 plus the $70,000. And then we haven't included that employees' benefits or anything like that. So roughly about $124 per year to maintain that.
Okay, thank you. So again, year one, you're looking at $76,100. Ongoing, it would increase to the $123,675.
Yeah.
Okay, in addition to the fact that you're needing a staff member.
Yeah, definitely. It would be a heavy lift, because there's no one that, for that data, to get the data imported and exported and keep it maintained.
Okay. And this is, I'm assuming this is the only option from OpenGov. Is that correct? Are there package levels, or is this just what you thought was best?
Yeah, this is the main option that they have for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Price. Those are my only questions for you.
So would you like this item go on a future agenda, or have we already solicited and secured OpenGov?
We have not purchased it as yet, but we did get the quote and information from them. So whenever we're ready to.
So when would that, given the amount, it would have to be approved, that contract or whatever would have to be approved by council. So when
Correct.
are you guys, Mr. King, is there any plan to bring that forward, or?
So, can I add as well? Because right now in for IT, we want to wait for a little bit because we need some other things that we need to do for our staff ourselves, because we need some other critical positions within IT. And so would ask just wait to see and let's look at what it would take to implement that whole solution more and look at that.
Mayor, I'm going to meet with IT and I'm going to give you back an action item for this one and then some other items first. We'll prioritize having discussions on this item. So we'll look to put this on the agenda for October. We'll have it again.
So I'm not trying to pressure October. It sounds like you all are looking at prioritization. We clearly have IT needs.
Yes, there's a holistic approach that he hadn't talked about that they're looking to do as far as providing for updates in every area. And so that was one of the things I wanted him to discuss. But as it stands right now, I want to bring that back to you in a prioritization as it relates to having OpenGov as part of that whole package of what we look to as action items. So there isn't any money budget for this year's budget for it.
Right.
So we would have to look and see where that fund's working with finance based on the priorities that he has that we were going to discuss.
So are you saying you're going to bring to council a IT plan or strategy that shows what they're going to be doing and what resources are needed or what resources that will be allocated from the existing budget, and that would be the next presentation that could include OpenGov discussion? Or I'm just trying to figure out where
It'll
it goes
be a
next.
prioritization of what their needs are.
Okay.
Along with what they currently have.
And when do you want to set that now? You all can just put it on the agenda
Why
and
don't
put it
we-
on the work session.
Yeah, I'd like to put it on a work session, possibly in
October or November.
What's the date? What's the date for November?
So the October work session is the 6th, the 9th, and November is the 13th.
Yeah, let's try the 13th. That's good enough. 13th is November.
Okay, November 13th. But the item will be a IT update or something.
Let's make it an IT update.
So just make note that should be on the November work session. Anything else, Councilmember Gordon?
No, but I will say this, I don't want this to get lost in a lump sum of a plan, because this is really important to me. It's something I brought forward, and I want to make sure that it remains, something that we, keep a focus on. So.
Yeah, it just sounds like operationally, they have other IT things that they have to prioritize.
No, that's fine. I get it. That's fine. I get it. I just want to make sure we don't lose it. That's all. As long as it's, we remember it is what I'm concerned about.
And just to add, we are transparency of information is through the open records. We have that process to have open records. We're required to show all the information for open records for us to show that information. So,
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I know I missed one work session this year. I think it was in August. And I think that might have been the work session where you had an example of OpenGov display. Was that it? Am I right?
Yeah.
Can anybody reproduce that? Because I never did get my copy. What do I need to do? Just go back and, City Manager, what do I need to do? Just go back and check prior work sessions and see if I can find it in the support package?
Staff can email it, the city clerk, like
I
somebody.
can email it to you, the presentation, yeah.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Next up is discussion on bank-owned housing. When we talked about it last month, the interim city attorney was going to look into seeing whether or not renters could be charged a fee. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and that is correct for the update. And let me say, when I put bank-owned houses on the agenda, it's not because I'm trying to keep blighted property in people's community. I read that somewhere that I was trying to do that. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm actually trying for the city to get a handle or get an update on the property that the bank owns and how we can utilize the property to give to our first responders and people like that. How can we enhance the communities to make them better, opposed to having all these vacant properties sitting in their communities? So that's my reason and my goal is to help the communities, to bring the communities up where they don't have to constantly look at all the vacant homes. And what is it that the city can do to try to help the problem?
I can wait until everyone has spoken, Madam Mayor.
I just want to add to what she was saying. What we were looking at, and I thought your concept was and I think your concept is a good concept. I was hoping our first responders, like fire, policing, or whatever, could buy a house and make that their primary resident. And because I know Atlanta did the same thing in some of their communities, where police officers bought homes, that were dilapidated, and they went into some of these old communities or communities where they had the dilapidated properties, and they bought them and they made them their priority, their primary residence. And then we had policing, people who actually own the homes, lived in the community, in the neighborhoods, and the banks. And I don't know if it was an FAA or Fannie Mae loan that helped us help people that were on the Atlanta Police Department to secure the loan and to make sure that they had a discount. And what they did was they gave them funding. Let's say the house was worth $30,000, but it took $100,000 to do the repairs. So the loan would also include the repairs of the house as well. So the actual house, they would get a drawdown of $130,000 to do the repairs of the home, but they had to live in the home for at least 5 years. And so I think that's what you're really talking about. And then that gives added value to the community. Okay, right.
So I believe on last time we were here, we were able to clarify that Councilmember Shropshire was asking about being able to not necessarily control bank-owned property, but to be able to get some type of repository where we can have all rented property, whether it's individualized or banked. So that's kind of where we started to tailor from last time we were here, our research to. That certainly can, I believe, be done, and certain cities have already done it. As long as it's equally administered, I should say, I think we should be fine. To Councilmember Renee's point, I think it's a great idea. What Atlanta did was partner with the Land Bank Authority, Fulton County at that time. We've not done that because we created our own version thereof, for lack of a better term. The houses that we have, for example, on 50 Worst, we don't have ownership interest in most of them. So we don't have the ability to house anybody really in them unless we do a partnership with the current owners. There are some of those properties that we, however, do own that will certainly fit that goal, in addition to vacant land that we have ownership interest in that will fit that goal. So if you want me to try to combine those two in some way, I'm happy to, if that's helpful to what you're trying to accomplish.
I think that would work because we would eliminate the problem of having a lot of vacant homes in the community, and a lot of them are owned by the bank. For some reason, the bank are just sitting on them, like they did with Vine City. They sat on the homes, they increased it, and the people couldn't afford the homes, to rent the homes. So whatever I think we can do to increase, to make any community or neighborhood better, then we can do that. And I know we've talked about first responders, firefighters, police, moving into the communities, which I think would be a great addition to the communities because you'll have your police living right there in the communities. So whatever the city can do to help solve the problem, even if we have to partner with the land bank or Habitat to fix the problem.
So it sounds like we just focus on the registry to be able to collect all the data of anybody who's has rented property, right? Okay, thank you.
Move it to the next work session for an update. To
October
hopefully-
work session?
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have a timeline as to how long it'll be.
Chief talked about squatters in East Point.
Mhm.
Councilmember Shropshire, do we need anything else on that one?
No, I'm good.
Adoption of streets.
Okay, that one. So I know we adopted a resolution, I believe, for the streets. And now we have to do an ordinance. So I know the city of Union City has a adoption of street ordinance. And I provided everyone with a copy of that. So if we could just take a look at that and see if it's anything that we want to put in place as to how we can do our ordinance for when it comes to for people who want to adopt a street. It may be a community, a neighborhood, a fraternity, a sorority, or someone who may want to adopt a street to keep it clean, or to do basically whatever.
So, we have the documents that Councilmember Shropshire shared. Did you give them to the interim city attorney and city manager too? Okay, city clerk has them. So, this will take some time to work on. So when do you want this to come back in the form of an ordinance when they draft it, or have this update? So do interim city attorney Weems, do you think, and this is kind of like the number 2, like, do we think the ordinance will be ready for the October work session? And if so, that would be the agenda item.
Probably not the October work. Well, if we're changing it, probably not the October work session, because when I submitted the proposed resolution, I thought I put a proposed ordinance, draft ordinance in with it. If not, I'll make sure that you all have that. I thought they were married together. When I
So if
submitted
you
it.
already drafted, let's compare, and then, so the October work session would work.
Okay.
With that draft ordinance. Because
To just compare
you
the
may
one.
already, yeah, and see if we need to tweak it or whatever. So on October work session, it'll be a ordinance from the city manager. I mean, interim city attorney or staff. October work session. Next one, alcohol consumption at hours at businesses. I think we were supposed to be looking at changing our ordinances and also using the support of GMA to do audits. Councilwoman Shropshire?
Yes, thank you. And some of us received an email from residents of Center Park in reference to having problems with a particular restaurant. So I know we talked about the hours of operation when it comes to businesses, and they're creating problems for the neighborhood. And far as I know, the city don't have any nightclub. And some of these businesses are basically operating as a nightclub. So I can't understand why they hadn't been cited for a nuisance and the license been taken. And it's just an ongoing problem when it comes to these neighborhoods, when they're that close to neighborhoods and they're being a problem.
As it relates to the information that you wanted back, as it relates to the audit, the GMA indicated that the vendor that they work with was not going to be back with them until this month, the month of September. So, and they put us in line to kind of work with that. I think they only use one vendor. And they've kind of I've asked Rushi to put us on that list to be able to take advantage of the benefit of that vendor. If there's another vendor out there, I've also asked that because I know that vendor is going to be swamped. They haven't worked, I don't believe so, since like May. So if there's another vendor that we could utilize, we're happy to bring it to you all for consideration. As it relates to the criminal part of it, whether or not they're violating any codes with respect to how they're staying open and what they're doing, I'll ask the chief to speak to that.
How you doing? So here's the situation. Technically, there are no nightclubs in the city of East Point. Here's the problem. What we need to do is, because we have several places, you don't have to name them, but we both know those individual places. What we need to do is just make an ordinance. If you have a dance floor, it's a nightclub, because restaurants don't have dance floors. If we do that, something of that nature, I'm just saying, I don't know how to, interim city attorney wants to write it up, but we can put things in place, because right now they're operating under the guise of a restaurant, and Wall Falls open 24 hours. You sorry?
I'm just
Yeah. Well, at night they have a dance floor. They move the tables.
right. I'm not sure that we do. I'm not sure that we need to be that definitive without potentially getting in some weary area. But our current ordinance is very clear with respect to what is a restaurant, what is not, and some of the things that the alleged violators are doing are things that are classic nightclub things, and they consistently done those things. And if they're brought before the court, I feel confident that they would be found guilty.
So how do we get them before the court? Because this is every weekend, and I hear there's something that opens at midnight in downtown and is wreaking havoc on the residents who live in the condos in downtown East Point. And is causing a serious nuisance for them 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So like,
In reference to those condos, those people have been cited and be in court. We have cited them multiple times because they're just a nuisance, and we've cited them for a nuisance because they rent the events place out. We've even closed a lot of those events down, and the people who are having the events, they don't have a clue, that they didn't have permission to have these events here. They just rent it from the owner. I agree with interim city attorney. We need to put something in the language to show that you're operating as a nightclub. I will tell you, one particular place was charging people to get in. That's how we brought them to court, and that's how we kind of curtail what they were doing. Right, and that's what they were doing. But this particular place, what we're talking about now, they're not charging, but they are creating that atmosphere of a nightclub after about midnight. So we just need to get together and see what's the best route. And I will tell you, we have gone out there, make multiple arrests out there. For all technical purposes, we both know that it's not a restaurant, okay, after midnight. So we just need to put something where we can have some teeth to see what we can do. And
yeah, our residents just want their quality of life back, like
Right.
yesterday.
I think we'd be very much so successful if our fire chief is here. We've
I
been
agree.
able to all work. And we don't have to
Well,
do
no,
it now.
you don't have to get them now.
I'm just saying, maybe
But
tomorrow we can jump on the phone. We've been able to be successful in working with them around some other things that the codes that fire have been able to utilize, along with police codes and other businesses. I'm happy to work and try to figure that out.
so can we figure out if we need to do an ordinance or something by October? Like this, I know we got a lot of stuff on October, but this is really important. This is really important. And now having the GMA audit service back this month, right? Like we could probably look at all of that too, but this is really important. So I don't know if it would come back and from an update in there's a lot of things that keep rolling over month to month, but we really need action on this one. So I don't know if we keep it the agenda item as is, but I would like to see something actionable if we can
I think we can bring back a report. If I'm able to be successful in explaining to the chiefs on how I think we could go forward without having to add ordinances to the books, we can utilize what we've successfully utilized before. I'd like to try that first because I think that'll give you some more immediate relief for the citizenry than having to do an ordinance and wait until it's on the books and things of that nature. I just
Yeah,
think we got other
whatever
tools.
that, we just need immediacy. So like report on alcohol consumption hours at businesses. Is that what we want to call it? What do you want to call the report? But it'll come from city manager, police and fire. I mean, like report on, but are they violating? Because if they violate, we should just close them now. Like if they're not supposed to be open at a certain point.
Without me being able to dig in and meet with the two chiefs, I wouldn't want to say that. So you're right. I just said after hour businesses. That's something I guess I can say.
Report on late night hours.
Late night hours, yes.
Okay.
And chiefs, if you all could, we can meet tomorrow.
That's fine.
Late night businesses. Okay. Okay.
We'll meet tomorrow and we'll get back with you, everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you. Strengthening the permitting process, Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to turn it over to City Manager Darren King to discuss this.
Thank you, Councilmember Bailey. I appreciate you putting this on the agenda. There's an update I did want to give you all in terms of some of the things we're doing. We have finished our survey process when it comes to the planning division, and there are going to be some recommendations being brought forward in October, but there's some things I want to bring forward to you now that I'm looking for us to do. One, we have in our meetings talked about having a project manager which is devoted to helping to connect all the departments and who will just deal just specifically with this area alone. And that's something we've never had before. And in essence, that person would be dedicated to basically overseeing all projects. And that'll help us greatly. And for concept plan review, all that whole process. And so that's something that we already have a project manager classification within our job descriptions. We've done it with one of our departments. So we're going to go ahead and implement that as well as we wait for to get some other information. And then we're also looking at, there's an idea that did come up about implementing an express counter, permit counter for certain types of uses. For example, small businesses, the type of use, residential, commercial projects, things of that nature. That seems to be something that everyone wants to look at as well. That's something we haven't done before. So those are two things that we see we can do as well as we look to pivot in providing additional resources for that particular area. I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the recommendations we do get from our surveys that we really got some good responses from over the past month or so. So I'm looking forward to that. Turnkey Solutions will have that information available. We're looking to meet with them to discuss what those are as well. And then there's also some opportunities to maybe collapse the CO application requirements for building final inspections as well, and getting our chief building official and his team involved in that, which is something that we can do. So those three areas, if you can connect the dots, because one thing we've seen as we've gotten a closer look is that once it goes from one department, say, to another department, sometimes it's like, okay, I'm just gonna wait to see what happens for that department. But if there's someone can help to walk through each process, then that'll help to connect the dots. Because we saw that in one particular case where once one plan review process was completed, it's now waiting for somebody else to respond. Now we have someone who can follow that up. That'll be a big difference to what we've been doing before. So that's something I think we can do and set that up immediately as we look to do some other things. So what I will be doing, I want to bring that forward to you and start that position I want to put out there and get advertised. So I'm going to wait to get with Miss Jessie. I know she's not here to talk about that aspect of it, but we do have that in our job classification. And so we can spread and do those things. So there's a first phase we can come forward with, and then there's a second phase we can come forward with some great things I think we can do. And so I'm looking forward to starting that process going forward that we can implement while we're waiting to get some other things to go forward. But that'll be something I'm looking to do and get you an idea on what timeline will be once we get that out. Councilman Bailey.
Thank you so much, City Manager Darren King. I'll place it on the work session agenda for next month.
Yeah, so like, when are we gonna hire the position? So I'm assuming you're referring to the concierge concept that Ms. Smith spoke about, probably when we asked for a action plan back in 2021 or so, maybe 19. Like, when are these positions going to be hired so that people start?
Well, we did this too, just recently for our water and sewer division. I hired a project manager. We had to put the job description together for that and brought that person on board. So it's just a matter of having the same thing done, but it's also going to be done in planning as well. So that'll be done. I look for that in the next couple of weeks or so. I just got to make sure I talk to Ms. Iverson how I put the job description together for it as well. You know, the director is not available. I definitely want to get her input on what's in there, but that description is in there already, and it works well for water and sewer. And I'm thinking we can do the same thing for planning. So that's something we can do pretty quickly.
What about these constant complaints we get about rudeness and inspections and not returning calls? Like, I mean, there's some things that are very immediate, like the number of complaints and details that we receive regarding certain aspects within planning and permitting. Like, I'm not asking you to get into performance, but like, and maybe you can't even address that without getting into performance, but these are things that are consistent. And bless you, it's not 100%, but if there's one, it's one too many. There's no consistency within the way services are being provided in planning and permitting. And some of the things just seem like they should be able to be addressed. I shouldn't have to keep getting emails about similar processes, delays, people being told it's going to be 3-4 weeks, a month before they can get an inspection on a project that they're working on. Time is money. We had the young lady who was here at the last council meeting talking about trying to get back into her house that was burnt. And it's been years. Like, I hear you, and I appreciate the fact that you all are taking action, but it's like, I've been up here almost 10 years, like 9 years and 9 months almost. And we're still gonna do, and we're still getting the concerns from residents. And so I hear you around that position, but regarding the complaints and the concerns and the things that we receive on an ongoing basis, I mean, there was another family who had a situation at their home, and they ended up living in a hotel for a while, and then their insurance was about to stop because it was taking so long. I mean, there are a number of different cases, and it would seem that when their residents, I mean, we should be empathetic and we should try to move things forward. And I know you're not doing the actual work of these positions, Mr. King. That's why we hire people, and I get that. But this department is extremely stuck, and we've received a number of plans and things that we were going to do over time, over the last several years. This discussion about resources and things that's needed, we've had that. So I'm just hopeful that we will soon see action, because this is in the way of all of the things that, I mean, there are people who try to get contractors and people to come do work on their homes, and they won't do it because of East Point. Now, I will say for the record that I was caught about one of those situations, and it's been at least 2, where the contractors are using the fact of East Point's reputation, and they don't always tell their clients the truth. And then when we looked into it, in those situations, staff had actually provided information, and the contractors hadn't shared everything with the resident or their client. And so there's both sides, but we have to get unstuck. We have these conversations. annually. And so I hear you saying you guys are gonna post, you wanna make sure the Director Smith is a part of that process, and I understand that. But we need, between that and customer care, we need some demonstrable action sooner rather than later.
Well, Mayor, in that focus group were contractors as well as residents. And also, I talked with the woman you're talking about on Friday for about a good hour. We actually connected, and we're gonna meet again this week. They're gonna also meet with that person and the staff person. We're supposed to set that up for this week. So what's helped me is to be able to get in the weeds in that regard, so I can see personally how has that been operating? Because I agree with all of what you said. So that's one of the things that we're looking to do, is try to find the people who actually are dealing with that kind of issue, and then bringing them to the table so we can hear their side of it and get there and empower them to be involved. And I agree 100% with that. So you're 100% correct. And I felt that was the only way, is we had to talk to them directly. So I was fortunate we were able to talk to the person. She came last week, and we got a meeting with her this week with staff and kind of get her input. And then going out to some of the sites, I had one resident that I've actually visited their site. They're having the same kind of problem. So I felt that was the only way we can get to the heart of it, was getting those people involved in the whole process. So they'll be a part of that process with other additional items we look to bring forward. So I thank you for making that something that we can look into, and not just making decisions on our own, because it's not us to make decisions, people who are involved, who are actually dealing with the pain and having to deal with that process. So we hope that'll make a difference. And, hopefully we can bring you something that you can feel proud of, that'll have some pertinent information from people who are actually dealing with it firsthand. And so that's what I'm hoping to be in that next phase.
All righty, October work session. Next is treeless right away. When we talked about this last month, I shared, and I'm recapping Mr. Dow because you weren't here. I think Mr. Magnum was, but when I was over in the neighborhood and we were doing some, I think it's stormwater major infrastructure repair that's mandatory and required, I noticed the number of big trees that are literally in our right of way. Like, they're not on property. I think I made an assumption. I've seen, it's not that I haven't seen trees. I think it was the assumption that they were on private property, but realizing in that whole situation was kind of about like whose is it, the owner's property, the resident's property, or the city's? Is in our easement or right of way? And that's kind of how we start focusing on that. And the number of outages that are caused by downed trees. And I keep saying it, we take the tree away. Unfortunately, we take it away after it's taken out the power line and power for substantial portions of our neighborhoods. And so is there a way to be proactive around, and even, I know before we've talked about, like, when you go on the private property, the liability and things of that nature. So there's that. There was a request to see if our city arborist is able to, I know, like, we'll go out and do inspections around like smoke detectors or electric efficiency. Can we provide a similar type service for people to have trees in their yards assessed, so that they might, get information around whether or not this tree they should be trying to take it down, or like that piece. And then is there a way for us to possibly provide some level of support to residents? Because cutting trees down is very expensive. But again, when they take out the power line and all the power in the area, we cut up the tree, we repair the line. And I'm sure if we do a cost analysis, we're probably paying more on the back end than we pay on the front end. And so this idea of treeless right away, is there a way? And I don't know, I know with the underground wires that you're piloting, you're looking at areas that have like a lot of outages. I don't know if we do the same thing with the trees, but these are huge trees. And some are like very old, and you can tell like they're like almost on the road, which is clearly our right of way. What can we do about that? So that's my summary Mr. Dow, to bring you up to speed about what I talked about last month. And I'm trying to look at the notes to see if I left anything out. Yeah, free inspections on residence property for trees by the arborist.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So from the maps that we have in planning and zoning, right, a lot of trees that you may see that looks close to that you may think that's in our right of way is really not. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's, what is it, is 15 feet or whatever that number is from the center of the lane and go out both ways. So when we look at those distances, a lot of trees are, that's how we come to the conclusion where these trees are coming from, whether it's city-owned properties or the residence properties. And most of them are on private property. Now, any tree that we determine that's in our right of way, like immediately if we could take it down, we take it down. If not, we get our vendors to take them down. Of course, I'll be lying to you if I'm gonna tell you that we're catching all of those trees. It's almost, impossible. And I honestly believe that the underground project, it will combat a whole lot of that. And the underground project is not like far-fetched or, it's gonna be like years or whatever the case may be. So what we did was look at, with the outages that we had within the last 2 years, where are, most of these outages happening? And it's not gonna be the whole circuits that we're gonna be doing, putting underground, but it's gonna be those trouble areas to try and see how further that dollar could stretch. So the first area that we're working on is that area on Headland, right? So the drawings is gonna be back within the next month and a half, 2 months. We've already have the contractor in place. That was Pike Electric that we brought to you a couple of meetings ago. So as soon as we get these drawings back, it'll be, time to execute. It won't be, this is not something that's gonna be, next year or 2 years from now or anything like that. But other than, like right now we have, last year we budgeted like $400,000, right? Between our in-house contract, tree crew that does normal maintenance and another 200, their price for the end of the year was like, I wanna say it was like $195,000 to $200,000, something like that. And I had to do budget transfers to, put more money in those accounts to finish out the year. So I don't think there's a number that we can honestly budget, and say this number should do it,
But just like with underground lines, that's extremely expensive, one. And we're piloting, right? So you're not doing it all at once. We're not doing all of the lines in the city at once.
No.
So like our city's less than 15 square miles. I'm assuming with the number of staff that we have, at some point every day, somebody's driven around the city. I don't know if there's a way to collaborate and coordinate with it for communication so you all are aware, but like the majority of our outages are caused by trees coming down.
That's good.
And there's a percentage of those that are on our right of way.
Yes, there is, but I want to say it's maybe like less than 2%. Like it's a very, very, very small percentage.
So if that's the case, the other ask is whether or not our arborists, will do a free inspection for residents to determine the aging of trees on their property so that they know whether or not they need to remove them. I mean, it's five to upwards of $10,000 to remove trees, depending on the size of the trees.
That's correct.
Like, the area that I was in, I was told by other staff that was out there with me that those trees were in the right of way, and they were huge. And they were right at the road. And when they come down, they're taking out the lines. So that 2% sounds very low, but maybe we start with that 2%. I don't know, but like, we keep saying that the majority of our outages are caused by trees, but we're not doing anything to address the trees. I understand the pilot on the underground, and I mean, we definitely, I'm not disagreeing with that. It's costly. And so what's our plan? Like, what is the long-term plan?
So to me, I know we're saying it's a pilot, but more so just our starting point, right? If we take, for instance, when we looked at our outages, we had more than 70% of the outages were in that area of headland, right? Taking down our main lines coming out of the substation. So starting there, right, that's gonna reduce that area right there, right? And what we determine is we don't have the money to put all the lines underground. So taking and finding those trouble spots and attacking those trouble spots, that could be done in a very short time frame. Well, once the finances, are there, but it could be done. I do think that we'll be able to get at least 2 of our major trouble spots within this fiscal year completed. But I think that's the long-term plan, to knock that out. The trees that in our right of way.
To knock what out?
To reduce the outages, to improve reliability within our trouble areas, because for the most part.
By underground lines?
Yes. Well, just a certain, the trouble areas, so we have like areas, for instance, that headland area, right? The area that we're targeting. When we look back at it, we've maybe had like 15 or 20 trees fall within that area, right? So if we take away, just that area, then we're increasing that reliability. But once any trees that we've identified in our right of way, then we remove them. And that's why, like last year, we ran out of funding within those the tree clearance accounts, and so $200,000 being budgeted seems like a lot of money, but not when these trees are $10,000 to $12,000 per tree, So I think it's a challenge, but it's not one that's gonna go away tomorrow. So I know once we're finished with this first phase of the underground project, we should instantly see a change in our reliability within, that area.
I was gonna say, that's just one area of the city. And I hear you, and I get it. I'm gonna go to Councilmember Shropshire and then Councilmember Cook. I hear you. That's one area of the city. We have outages all over the city, and trees are a part of it. Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. When you mentioned Hetland Drive, because I was going to bring that up, what part of Hetland Drive are you talking about? You talking about going towards Ben Hill?
Yes, I'll need to actually look,
Because if you're talking about going towards Ben Hill, those trees have been hanging over the street for quite some time. And I believe I've always brought that up, that those particular trees need to be cut. And I know we talked about a program that will help residents who can't afford it to put them on to have a program where they could have the trees cut. So where are we with that? What is that looking like?
Well, I know when we talked about that program, I don't, it was my understanding that the consensus of the mayor and council wasn't for the stuff that the options that we provided. We had one where we couldn't take on, we can't take on to try and cut down, all these trees. And the other one was where the residents was paying something towards it. And I know we wasn't for that. So we kind of left that alone and, move on to, that's where this underground, the grid hardening project really came to light, but so I don't know. I mean, we could provide those options again and see, if that's something we want to entertain or, yeah, so.
I think it's something worth looking at again if it will help with the problem in the trees that are falling from the residents' yard onto the streets that are taking the power out.
Councilmember Cook.
The other day we had a free fall discussion on this, and I'm beginning to see how tight the squeeze is on you and what you're trying to do. So let me just put this out here. We really got three problems that are aggravating the citizens. One are trees that are falling on power lines. One is the loss of power, regardless of where that tree is. And the third thing is just dangerous trees. You actually got trees on Headland that a lot of us wish were cut down, and they're across the street from where the power is. So any car in that lane close to that tree is going to receive serious damage if that tree falls, regardless if it doesn't even hit the power line on the other side of the street. Now, when you and I talked about the underground project and how dealing with the corridor that runs down Ben Hill from substation on Ben Hill, it runs sort of northwest, hits Headland, and the power line, the power follows that route to Headland back into the main corridor of the city. I say that because I know if a tree falls on Ben Hill, depending on where it falls, it can knock out power all the way down Ben Hill to Headland, back down to Bryant, back to my street.
Mm-hmm.
It can loop that far. All right, so we got trees everywhere. A lot of these trees are over 150 years old. I just had one cut down in my backyard that we counted was at least 100 years old. It was in my backyard, and my wife says if it falls, it's going to take out our house and maybe the house across the street. So we got trees everywhere. Now, what do we do as the top priority that at least reduces the inconvenience of being without power? And it sounds like from talking to you on the effectiveness of what you do, the underground lines may be the one, but it can't be the only one. We're going to have to figure out to do 2 or 3 things simultaneously to keep the power going and to get rid of the menace of the trees. And all this is going to translate to a much larger budget than you're beginning to start off with. So I think one of the things we probably just need to do is face it to the fact it's going to be a whole lot more money than we think it's going to be. Put that out there, and then start trimming back on what we really can't afford to do, but keep all options open. Some of the trees need to go because they're a threat to the power lines. Some of the trees need to go because they're a threat to nearby houses and cars on the street. And at the same time, we want to keep power moving to as many people as possible. That to me says there won't be one single solution that's going to work. There's going to have to be several things going on simultaneously. And we're just going to have to figure out what those things are and how much money we can afford to put towards those each year. And it's going to be a whole lot more than we think. A whole lot more.
So I don't think us doing the grid hardening project, right, is not gonna stop us from still cutting down the trees, that we see.
I'm
in
saying do
danger.
everything.
Exactly. We'll
Let's come
be
up with a
doing-
logical way to progress on these projects, but let's look at everything.
Correct. We'll be doing anything, anything that we can to try and prevent this. And like, speaking with a tree trimming supervisor, one thing that we don't want to get overlook is that it's not only like dead trees that are falling, right? So we could go down the street and identify 2 trees that are not any, they're dying, rotting, whatever the case may be, and take down those 2 trees, right? And a perfectly healthy tree that's next to them can fall also, right? So it's almost like, what do you do at that point? Because it's not just the dead trees that are the problem. I don't want us to think that, it's all the dead trees or, it's perfectly healthy trees that are falling also.
I'm not putting a limit on it, and I'm glad Councilman Roberts is not in here, Mr. Green Thumb. I'm basically saying we got an overabundance of trees in this city, an overabundance of it. The only thing competing with the number of trees is the amount of water we got flowing through here. And both of those are giving us problems right now.
And so I've been also, I spoke with Georgia Power, I spoke with Marietta, Cobb EMC, College Park. I spoke to Hugh Richardson to ask them, like, what are they doing to combat trees? And it's kind of the same thing, there's no like solution anyone's giving me other than the stuff that we're doing now. I don't even, know other than putting stuff underground, right? There's no true solution to, unless we plan to take down every single tree, there's really no solution to say, hey, this is what will stop the trees or, stop us from having outages because of trees.
I agree with you, but one thing for sure, we got to start doing something. I'm going to put this out there on the table, city manager, and I'm going to say, we know how much money we're currently spending. If we had to double that budget, we want to say we are doubling our effort. So let's start off simple. If we double the budget, how do we do it? What's going to be the funding sources? And then we get to how we're going to use that money. Because the conversation that we're having right now, at the level we're having it, it can go on for days. It can go on for days. So one thing for sure, the trees are getting older. They're going to continue to drop. We're going to still have this aggravation. So how do we put a plug in this hole? How much bubble gum do we need? And I'm just saying, let's just start with doubling the existing budget and see what it's going to take to get the money, and then we can figure out what we do next. Because it's not going to go away.
It's not, and it's not just old trees. The previous city manager talked about having to see looking into whether or not we could GIS trees within the city, or having our GIS person try to figure out where trees are as it relates to, I guess, the right of way or to deal with the situation. I'll also say this about underground lines. I live in a community with underground lines, and we have frequent outages. So that doesn't guarantee reliability. And when power goes out, it takes a lot longer to restore. So when we had that big storm in the city, 90% of the city was restored, and we were still waiting for power. Like, we were out of power for days after the entire city pretty much had been restored. So I think it's something definitely that we explore, but it is not a panacea. It is not a silver bullet. And it doesn't necessarily eclipse outages. It doesn't mean because we have underground lines, there won't be outages. Literally, sometimes I'm like, okay, it's not even raining hard. What happened? right? So like reliability in the grid comes in a number of different ways. I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be piloting underground lines, but I want to make clear that that doesn't mean that there are no outages, and it takes longer to restore. I've lived it.
So you're correct, but the underground that's in the subdivisions is different from the underground that we're looking at, right? We're not looking at doing in the electric world, they call it the last mile. We're not doing the last mile, right? We're not putting secondary lines underground. No, we're just doing our main trunks, right? So like right now at Tree Falls and Headlands, it take out our main trunk, right? So then the main circuit, so the main three-phase circuit. So then we have, 5,000 people out of power, right? So putting that main trunk underground, right? And if a tree falls and it takes down, instead of the three-phase, just a single phase, then we have 25 or 30 people out of power, right? But we're not putting the secondary lines underground.
A secondary, you mean the lines
The
to the
lines
home.
going to the homes. We're not putting that underground. That'll still be overhead and that's why we were not doing that. It'll be easy for a lineman to come out there, see your line is down and just put that back up. That's a 30-minute, 45-minute job, right? But the main trunk, when that goes out, that's what takes, 4, 5, 6 hours to fix. The main three-phase lines coming out of the substation. So that's where it'll be a little different,
I got you. And we have what, 7? How many substations do we have?
We have 6 substations.
Six, yeah.
We have a total of 21 or 22 circuits within the city.
So reaching full capacity around that would be like 6 stations and not like 15,000 homes.
Wait, say that again?
So we're piloting, right? And we're running a main line that feeds into one substation. That's the pilot.
Correct.
If we went full scale, it would be lines that run to 6 substations.
Exactly.
Not to the 50,
Well,
the secondary lines to individual homes.
Yeah, it would really be 5.
But I'm just saying, like,
Yes.
it wouldn't be to homes. We're talking about into the substations.
Correct. It wouldn't be to homes.
That's okay. That helps. All right. When can we? So the arborists, can the arborists do free inspections like we do with energy efficiency and stuff like that we provide to residents?
So this is the, let me see, misconception right within the city. So EJ Hall, Edward Hall, he is a licensed arborist, but he's not the city arborist. So his arborist stuff is, him doing that like on his time, like he had that whether before coming to the city.
We don't have an arborist on staff.
No.
Should we? Is there an operational need?
I don't think there's a operational need for it for everyday something, right? I think it'll be like a case by case scenario in that EJ uses his arborist license on that case by case scenario, but more so what happens is like sometimes he'll write a letter to a homeowner saying, hey, this tree is a danger, you need to have it removed, that type of stuff. But it's not coming from like, and I don't know how to say it, but it's not coming from the city as the city arborist. His position is the tree trimming supervisor.
No, I get it. I mean, saying that we don't have an arborist on staff, I mean, I think there might be an assumption in the community that we do. So to ask that we have an arborist, is there a way to have an arborist do an inspection of trees? If we don't have one on staff, that's not possible. Like, we don't have a position of arborist, right? But I think as we think about this multifaceted approach that includes the underground line power pilot, what can we do about trees in the right of ways? What can we do about potentially providing some level of support to residents around trees that are dangerous. What we can do about right now, the trees that are hanging over into the right of way. Like, I know we have a tree trimming crew, and Councilmember Cook just suggested doubling the budget. I mean, I think that from an enterprise fund perspective, I'm sure there's probably funding there to be able to make that happen. And so, like, we have to we have to do something, because doing nothing, and look, we can't predict when people are gonna hit a pole or take out a tree, or the things that happen from an accidental perspective. We can't predict. You said the other thing was dead animals online, right? Like, we can't really do anything about that. But trees don't just pop up. And of course, we can't assess every tree in the city. I'm not suggesting that either. But what can we do, right? Like, with the situation. And so when do you think, Mr. King, you all would be able to have like something to share around a multifaceted approach to this that might include looking at providing some funding, or looking at the trees in the right of way, to being able to determine how many actual trees we have in the right of ways and where they are, and are they in those areas? Like, are we talking November work session, December work session?
Let's try November work session, because I think I would like to get our GIS team involved in that too. I liked your thought when you said, Mayor, about the co-locating certain areas of where those trees are. I think that's good to kind of get them involved. I like that idea. And then we can get them at the table with Sean, myself, and kind of come back with an update report, at least get an update report on where we are if we don't have anything at the very least.
November work session, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Dow. Next is whistleblower process, item number 18. When we last talked about this, I mentioned that I just did a Google search on third-party vendors, and some came up. We have an ordinance that's been in place, I think, since 2003, that prohibits and protects employees against retaliation. The last time we had an 800 number was in 2012. I called it. It no longer works, of course. Like, what is our process? And we have to have one in place for employees to know how and who to report it to. I think it should be a third party external to the city that it gets reported to. There are a number of companies that provide this service for Fortune 500 companies and a lot of other businesses. So has staff looked into any of that? This is supposed to be a financial policy. So we have the ordinance that's been in place for a long time. What is the process? And where are we with developing that based upon, we did get some information from the interim city attorney at, I think, our last meeting, a memo on whistleblower and grievance policy, but we need this in place like ASAP. So are we working on a solicitation to get a third party vendor? Or what is going to be the process? Like, where are we? And this will be on the agenda every month at minimum, the work session, until we get this in place. Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I actually had been meeting with the city manager with respect to that issue, because he had asked for my help. I believe there was the current procedure is that planning or something of that sort is supposed to guide that process. But I think there are some other best practices that are happening in and around the nation that we're looking at implementing here, as opposed to having that whistleblower process go through planning and community development.
Yeah. The ordinance says it's a financial policy.
I mean, financial, our apologies, it goes to financial.
Right, yeah, it's a financial policy, because, I mean, that's an assumption that everything's connected to finances, but I hear what you're saying. So October work session, it'll be on, we need some updates and actions. Thanks for looking into that and providing that update, but Yes, October work session, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Next up is the internal auditor process. And so tonight, we have the forensic audit on the agenda. We'll get the proposals tomorrow and hopefully be able to make a decision on Monday, the 18th. That may help inform how we want to draft our charter amendment for internal auditor, but it's definitely for that position to report to council, not just a report. So I know our interim city attorney shared a draft with us and provided some feedback at our last meeting, but we need to, by October work session, hopefully we will have engaged the forensic auditor and we'll be able to have those conversations and input to hopefully have something drafted, make some changes to what the initial draft that we already have so we can start this process, because I think we have to do 3 public hearings, if I'm not mistaken, and there's statutory timelines regarding advertising as well. And so does anyone else have anything else on that? We will put on the October work session. Councilmember Cook and Councilmember Bailey.
My concern is, should we simultaneously, or should it be the first priority, is just to have some discussion as to exactly what we want the internal auditor to audit?
Yeah, so I think if we look at the charter provisions for the city clerk, the city attorney, and even the municipal court judge, the charter creates the position and says who it reports to. It doesn't really get into the minutia of, or the specific details of everything that position does. And so for the Home Rule Charter Amendment, I think having that there and making sure that key functions are highlighted, which we can get, I think, helpful insight from the forensic auditor, but the specifics of what they will do will be in the job description, well, either job description or a proposal, because we can either have an employee or we can hire a firm, outside auditing firm, accounting firm, to actually provide the internal audit support to us. That was a recommendation in this forensic audit. It was a recommendation in the last forensic audit to have the internal auditor position report directly to council. So like, the reason I'm saying maybe wait till October, because we're about to engage a forensic auditor and maybe they can give us some insight of what we might want to put in the charter amendment to give some level of specificity, but we don't have to do all of the duties and responsibility in the charter. That's going to come later, and it's going to be that and all other, other duties as assigned, like even has a catch-all, like whatever that internal auditor position can do, is critical that report to council, and we don't have to figure out those details, but I think we can get helpful input from the forensic auditor.
And I agree with those comments, but I will carry one step further. Let's make sure even charter involvement is necessary, because every audit function we have doesn't require a charter.
No, the charter amendment is required because we want to create a direct report to council. So right now, the only people who report to council are the city attorney, city manager, city clerk, and the municipal court judge by charter. So the reason we need a charter amendment is to create a direct report to council.
I understand that, but I also want to make sure we think that all the way through, because it's just like also having another employee that reports to us directly. And this particular position may require a lot more close supervision than the current ones. But that's open up for discussion later.
Yeah, we've tried that route, and here we are. Councilmember Bailey and Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have more questions around the role of that position, because I know that we're supposed to have an audit yearly, so that could give information to the council. Also, the Director of Finance, they have responsibilities as far as, balancing books, financial, of course, obligations. And then also our city manager has responsibilities as far as oversight for that. So I believe, and I just need more information about what this position would actually do. It seems like a duplication of what should be occurring. It may not be occurring at the level and quality that we would like, but we have within our power to hold people accountable to do as they should be doing in terms of the financials. So, and if we were to get an internal auditor, to me, it should be an outside firm. And that's just, to me, that's going to create a culture of someone's going to be looking over everybody's back to report to council, when we really should have what we have currently now is on ongoing communication where our staff should be reporting about the financials. Anyway, it's unfortunate that we were not made aware of certain things that happened previously, but I believe that we need to have qualified people in positions doing their job that we currently have and not establish another position on top of this. That's just my thought. I just would need to have more information about what we are seeing that this person's role would be.
Councilmember Shropshire, I do, but I'll respond to them all at the end. This is absolutely not the same position. All companies have internal financial department and also internal auditors. So Councilmember Shropshire and then Councilmember Cook, and then I'll wrap up and we can put this on the October work session.
Thank you. Here's my question. Because I know the previous council voted or something to have the internal auditor report to council. So,
yeah, they they voted to authorize the city attorney to start that home rule charter amendment.
So that's
bring
what I
them
was
back a
gonna say.
report. Yeah.
So that would be a home rule change, correct? And not a charter amendment, just a home rule.
Well, no, it's a home rule chart. So it is an amendment to the charter. It's just
But
by
it's a
home rule,
home
but not
rule.
going to the legislature.
That's okay. That is where I'm trying to get to. Thank you.
And my comment is the internal auditor does not have to be limited to purely financial functions. It can be procedural functions and still may need to be audited. It could be anything related to how efficient or effective we are with grants or any other procedure that we want to improve that just requires some review of existing procedures. So I don't have a problem with that position having multiple responsibilities. Once we get past who that position reports to, things should become a little easier. But no, we don't need a duplication of this. The outside audit function. That should cover enough ground by itself. But there's a lot of other things that may be financial in nature that has nothing to do with the accounting function. Like if you want to talk about just how effective an existing program is, that could be audited. That's nothing to do with whether or not the books are correct.
So have we had this position filled before?
Francis Hartley was the internal auditor. We have an internal auditor position in the city. It has been reporting to the city manager. Previously, it was recommended, and in 2013, they tried to start that process and didn't complete it, to have the internal auditor report to council. The presentation by the former auditor recommends that this happen as well. So there is a position. It currently is internal. The recommendation from external auditors who've on 2 occasions, this second occasion, have made this recommendation to have this position report directly to council. So Francis Hartley was internal auditor. I think he was an interim finance director. He was a senior accountant. Like, he was a number of different things, but at one point he served in the function. At least that's what somebody told me previously. Now, I can only go by what people tell me because I'm not in operations daily. But that recommendation in that initial presentation from the former auditor and previously was to have that position report directly to council. It could be an employee. I actually also like having an external third-party entity do it. But that's something that we, once we make the charter amendment and have that position report to us, can decide whether it's going to be an employee or if it'll be a contractor. So the October work session, hopefully, and it's, again, the interim city attorney has given us a draft that we can look at, and hopefully we'll be able to finalize a draft in the month of October so we can start having the public hearings and make that position, amend the charter to have that position report directly to council this year. Next is discussion on communicate protocol. Council.
Thank you. Currently, we have a communication protocol in place. I don't have it in front of me. Do you have it, Madam Mayor? So here's the question. The communication protocol says that we communicate to the city manager. The city manager has a certain time frame to respond. So the question is this: if we respond, let's say we have a resident send us an email and we reply all to the email, and the resident copy, let's say they have a question about speed humps, and we reply all, including the department head on the email. Are we in violation of the communication protocol? Do we only just respond to the city manager, or do we continue to reply all and direct our question to the city manager to have that department head answer the question? Mr. City Manager, how would you like for us to do that?
Well, the process has always been where if you want to get an item done, you may copy me on the email, or you may just reach out to me, via, I guess, a phone call or email. And that way doesn't slow down the process. And, we pretty much have a process by which you can just reach out to our department heads, keep me in the loop, or ask me what's the process is, or just ask you to say, hey, Darren, this is something we want to look into. Could you get the people together? Sometimes we even have meetings, that we can have as well, depending on if they're on site or somewhere in the city, or it could be in the city hall.
Okay, so do we need to amend this protocol? We just need to continue to do what we've been doing, because the city manager said we can pretty much basically copy him on the email or continue to basically do what we've been doing.
Yeah, it says direct report shall be copied on all communications from mayor and council members to city officers or employees regarding constituent complaints or concerns that are applicable to their department. So it's there. He acknowledged how it should be, that it should be followed, or that's the process he kind of expects, but it's already in there.
In writing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. I thought so. Thank you.
All right, next up. 4165 and 4155 Ben Hill Road, City Manager King, and I'll turn up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to give you an update. Because there's a real estate item related to this, would this be executive session?
I mean, we did the discussion on the real estate item the last Monday. There is a rezoning that's connected to this, and staff and planning and zoning made recommendations back in January of this year. And that's the item that continues to be on the agenda. I know there's also discussion about development agreement and other things, but where is the draft ordinance for the rezoning that we generally have with rezoning cases?
Okay. Well, related to the development agreement, the information we just received on Friday evening, our mayor council. So we'll be having our city attorney look at that. Or I want to have Tyler McSwain come up for a minute and talk about what the conditions are, because there were some conditions attached to the process, the site itself. And so Tyler, could you go over do you have that information available? Okay, he could talk about it.
All right. Good evening again, Tyler McSwain. This particular project, and we know it's been going on for a while, in regards to the recent items and review and discussion that we've been having with Microsoft at this location, includes a few documents that we've been in discussion to get corrected that is part of more of an environmental assessment, and it also addresses some of the comments and concerns that the community had throughout this process. We were able to gather all of those comments and documents from Microsoft and their team with the agreement that they did meet all of our requirements in terms of those documents requested. So we did receive those, we did review them, and staff is able to move forward with the terms of an agreement that is related to the development agreement. But in regards to the rezoning, staff did have a recommendation that I will read for the record that has conditions to this particular petition regarding the rezoning. I did have a presentation, if you all will let me to plug this in real quick, and I can read them, the conditions to the record as well. So I do want to mention in regards to our conditions of how we got here. The Planning Commission did hear this and did give some recommendations. From that point, staff did look at this and then have some alterations to those conditions that kind of addresses some of the communication that we've had with Microsoft, so back and forth. The conditions that I'll read to you are the most recent ones. I know what's been shown that says about 4 conditions, maybe 5 on there, but I'll read the most recent ones for you all. Staff recommends approval to revert the subject properties of 4165 and 4155 Ben Hill Road from I-1 Light Industrial to RL Residential Limited with the following conditions. And again, for the record, the reason why we're supporting the reversion for the rezoning is that the substation to be located on the subject property is only allowed in the RL zoning district. That's something that's listed in our code. The LI Industrial Zoning District would not support that accessory structure. So the conditions will read as such. 1, a minimum setback of all utility structures, electric substations for 500, shall be 500 feet. An opaque decorative fence to include planted landscape strip along the fencing that is at least 75% as high as the opaque decorative fence. Number 3, the fence shall limit any visibility from the street of any utility structure. Number 4, a noise study shall be submitted to the Planning and Community Development Department for review. We did get notice that the Microsoft may have representation here, and they had some additional comments that they wanted to provide for you in the form of conditions. However, staff is standing on the conditions that we're presenting for you tonight, and you all are able to hear Microsoft's presentation in terms of additional conditions.
I just have one comment regarding the utility structure, and you mentioned that it's not allowed on industrial, but Councilmember Gordon raised this point several times about the power companies having a public exemption and being able to put a substation wherever they would like, regardless of our local ordinances. And that's something that legal had looked into. And regardless of whether this was residential or industrial, the substation would be allowed. And I think the people who, as we think about that issue, I wanted to say that. And then the other is that I've talked about it previously. We need a text amendment on our residential limited. There's no reason why we should be allowing a substation in residential and not in industrial. Like that seems very counterintuitive. So I'm not sure if we're doing that with the zoning code rewrite, but we can do it outside of that if that's going to take too long. And then thirdly, the structure should be at least 900 feet from the closest home based upon the current design that was shared with the community at the last community meeting. It's 900 feet and the next closest home is 1,000 feet. And so this 500 should almost be doubled. So I just wanted to make those initial comments. I'm not, Councilmember Renee, I see your light. And then you mentioned that the Microsoft representative is here, so I'm not sure if they want to come up, Mr. King. But I'll go to Councilmember Renee, and then y'all can decide who's coming up next.
Does she have something to say? I'll wait.
Come forward.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Madam Mayor, you mentioned one of our proposed revisions to the conditions, which is to amend item A to ensure it's consistent with the agreed upon stipulations in the development agreement, which would be 900 feet, as you said. The second one we would request to include as a condition is a clarification that an access drive is also permitted on these parcels, since on the site plan that's been submitted to the city, the primary drive serving the industrial properties would cross these residential properties. That's it. Yep. Yes, thank you.
Madam Mayor and Council, I just wanted to clarify something. I may have said something backwards here. The conditions that staff is recommending are as displayed as you see on the screens. So that'll be A, B, C, D, and E. The conditions that I mentioned to you were from Planning Commission. These conditions that are shown here are what staff is recommending in conjunction with the talks that we've had with Microsoft. So with that being mentioned, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I was looking at this fence. Can we take a look at what kind of fence that we're talking about? And are we doing like some shrubberies to have like a barrier for noise? what is this fence going to look like? Is it just going to be a wooden fence, chain fence? There's nothing here to kind of like to indicate like, is it going to be aesthetic for this community? We got some really nice houses over there. People have made major investments. And when we just simply put a fence in here, I do see something that says decorative, but that doesn't tell me anything. Is it going to be all brick? Is it going to be a barrier wall where it's all brick, nice trees and shrubberies? And is it going to look really nice in the community? And I'm not really in favor of an access wall drive, because we don't want that used on a daily basis. I think that, we have given them a lot and have not received very much in return. But the fence, I'm very concerned about that. What does that buffer looks like? Because it's not really designed, it's nothing really to indicate like what does, what are we talking about? When we say decorative, it could be like some green wire in there or whatever. It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Believe the representative here.
I want you to tell me.
You want me to?
Yes, I
Okay.
want you to tell me.
Yeah, so the paved fence that we mentioned for the site, one thing that we can do as for staff and also for this body as well, is that we condition that those specific renderings as part of the development agreement, that they present that information to us prior to the issuance of a building permit. That's something we can certainly do as a form of a condition that we're adding on here, that we can make sure that it's aesthetically pleasing and also the materials match up as what the people want out there.
Since we are dealing with Microsoft and they are Fortune 500, we want only the best. And what that should look like is maybe they should be a nice red brick fence that goes all the way up, at least. But it needs to be identified in the descriptions here, so we don't come back with a wooden fence or chain link fence and then somebody put some little flowers around it and say that we have done our job. I really want a detail. If you're gonna bring this back for a vote, I want a detailed description of what this fence will look like. And it should be all brick where people can't see over into this monstrosity of a transformer plant, or whatever we got going on. So that residents will be extremely happy with what we are putting in their community. But this description does not tell us a lot. And are we going to be able to have a diagram or anything before that? And then the assets row, I'm not really happy with that, because I think all traffic should be diverted onto the other side and they can cut through their roads however they want to. But what we don't want is a public road, or even, I just want a continuing fence. If it's going to block off the transformers or whatever they have in front of them, a road would indicate that you can see through that. And so I have a major problem with that, because that was a really big issue for the residents. They didn't want to see it. They don't want their property values to go down. And so, if we're cutting roads in now that we could use at any time or have access to them at any time, then we may have a problem, because that means that residents can see over into that. And that's not what we want. We want it, we don't really want it over there, period. But we're doing a major compromise. And the compromise is that we're going to have it to be aesthetically good looking, and we will not decrease the value of those homes. So, and the only way we're going to be able to do that is we're going to make sure that they invest in a proper opaque direct decorative fence. But we're going to spell out what that looks like, because in my mind, it could be anything.
Okay.
But no access road on that front. No, nothing. We're not going for that one. They can cut it. They can go around on the other side and come around on that brick wall and drive as fast as they want to, or have access like they want to on that one. But I think that that's what the residents want. They don't want to see that. They don't want to see a road that interferes with the brick wall that they're going to put up, this nice brick wall that they're going to have for the residents.
Can I ask a question,
Yes,
if
sir.
I may? We know there's a distinction of fence and an actual wall. Maybe there's something of a mixture between the two that you may have in mind that you want to motion, or is it just?
No, sir.
Because I just wanted to.
No, sir. No,
So,
sir.
so what I think is it would be helpful, and maybe you don't have the information, but Microsoft could speak to the conversations that they had and the meetings they had with the community about the fencing. And I think it's a 10-foot brick wall with also trees and stuff in front of it. And so I think what Councilmember Renee is saying, and we need to think about this, we have to deal with the zoning. I know there's a development agreement, but based upon what the conversations are around those conditions in the development agreement, there's an opportunity to be more descriptive even in the zoning document. I think that's what she's getting at.
Understood. I'll yield the floor to him.
Can I speak?
Councilmember Shropshire, and come on up, Councilmember Shropshire and Councilmember Gordon, and then I'll turn it over to the Microsoft rep.
Thank you. I think what happened is Microsoft didn't get with the city because I know that they met with the residents over there several times. So they did come up with something, and I think that they have pretty much what you were saying, the wall and everything else, and how the traffic will be exactly, if I'm not mistaken. Because I did attend one, but I know they met with them several times to meet what they need. Yeah, but yeah, they never updated when it was originally approved from day one. It was never updated.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. But yeah, Councilmember Shropshire is correct. There was a lot of conversation around that, screenings, pretty much everything. And I'm not sure what renderings or drawings we might have available so that Councilmember Renee and others who may not have been at the last meeting or last few meetings can get a glimpse of what is agreed upon. I have a question about the access road. Now, I'm not sure if the terminology, because there was the mention of, a required emergency road. Is that what we're referring to in access? Because the city was requiring that as an emergency. Is that what we're referring to?
Yes,
Okay.
council member. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And thank you, Councilmember Bernay, for your questions. On behalf of Microsoft, I have been in those community meetings and did want to provide you with some more details since it's not up there. And also, my colleague here, our counsel, she misspoke when she said the main road was what she wanted the council to consider. So I'm happy to add clarification. I'm also happy to follow up with images that we shared with the community members on how we landed to what is the most recent proposed and agreed upon options to make sure that there is the beautification goal
Since we're
met.
short of time, can you just tell us if it's going to be a wall or a fence? Will it be a brick wall or will it be a wood fence with a chain link? Since we're so short on time.
Absolutely, I'm happy to
Go
do
ahead.
that. I just want to make sure I'm answering your question completely and clarifying any information that hasn't been shared. So right now, it's been shared that it's there's a 5-inch berm, and there's also a opaque.
You mean
fence.
5 feet or 5 inches?
5 feet, my apologies, a 5 feet berm. And there's also been proposed that on top of that, there would be an opaque fence. It's described right now, just so that you have it, as using masonry or similar material. In front of that, there would be at least 18 to 22 feet full-grown trees planted that the community members have decided would be what they feel like is make the road beautiful. And I'm happy to follow up with those images, but it's a combination of wall and trees in front of the wall because they didn't want to see a wall going along Ben Hill Road, if that adds any clarity. And I'm happy to answer any other questions. I'm sorry if I'm long-winded. I want to make sure you have everything.
When you say masonry, are you talking about like a concrete slab that goes up, or are you talking about brick masonry, like brick? like red brick? Or are we talking about doing a concrete, like cement wall that goes up that looks horrible?
No, so the goal is actually based off of the
So that's a
community
yes or no,
needs.
masonry,
But
but
it
does
just-
masonry mean concrete wall, or are we talking about a brick wall, like a red brick wall?
It hasn't been defined exactly which material there. It says masonry or similar material, and I'm happy to take that back to help define it more. I think what's most important from what the community asked are the trees. There was a lot of talk
Well,
about
I'm
mature
telling you what the
trees.
council want. We
Mhm.
want red brick walls. You could take it back and you can ask them, to come back with us a nice design. We would like to have the perception before we vote on it.
Absolutely.
We would like to have a clear idea of what we are looking at in order for us to make sure that that community does not lose value. And I don't mean to be short with you, but
Mhm.
I'm real tired. And so I don't want to make it long-winded. We just want to make it right. We
Mhm.
want to make it right for them. So it's more than just the trees, but it is going to make sure that we increase the value, not
Mhm.
devalue those homes over there, okay? And we want to make sure that our writing, what we're accepting here is right, okay? All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge right now, is that what has come out of, I think, probably 8 to 10 community meetings, and the information that they're considering for the development agreement, those need to be in the conditions. Like, we don't need to have lesser conditions than what we're already agreeing to. So it might track the same, it might be the same language, but they're two different purposes. One is dealing with the zoning issue, and the other is dealing with the development agreement. And I think that's what's causing the questions to come up, because like even the 900 feet hasn't been updated. Even the wall, and I think at the fencing, I wasn't able to make the fencing meeting. I think Councilmember Gordon made it. But I think they even talked of, like, the residents had input on the type of wall that they actually want to build, and Microsoft has indicated that they will build that wall plus plant mature trees. So not brand new trees, but they were concerned like trees that take 20 years to mature. Not those. Like trees that are already mature with the wall. And the challenge is that's not reflected here in the conditions. And so Mr. King and our interim city attorney, I know you all are working with them, but the conditions that are here in the rezoning need to track what's in where we resolve, like where we are now, and not, I mean, this is what was shared with us in January of this year. We've had probably 7 or 8 meetings since January.
So I will tell you, we've met with Microsoft, and I've been vested with what you all have given us with respect to those notes. And when we attempted to, I'm speaking from my position, to share that with them, there was pushback that stated that that's not what they understand the communities have wanted.
So I am I'm not sure why there's confusion or I don't know how, I'm not trying to cast judgment, but like, I think the community has been clear. I think at our last community meeting, there were probably about 25 to 30 residents there. And the information was shared, and there was a level of specificity that's not here, that the residents appeared to be okay with. And these are residents who have been at the majority of the meetings, right? So like, it's not like it was like a new group of 25. Like, these are people who have been, probably like over half have been at all of the meetings or the majority of these meetings. And so I'm not sure of the disconnect, but this is all about ensuring that our residents' quality of life is not as negatively impacted as it would have been at this initial assumption of this project, as well as doing things to enhance that area, as well as making sure that the concerns are, I mean, there was talk at the meeting about traffic studies and traffic mitigation. There was talk about noise and certain decibels. And so I don't know how we deal with, and I guess my question should be the timing. I know we have the zoning. Are we going to be dealing with is the goal to deal with the zoning and the development agreement on the same night? How is it that what is being discussed as it relates to the agreement, how can that be shared with council in a way that everyone can read and digest so that we have it, and so that before we get to the meeting on Monday, because I feel like some of these questions that are being asked have been answered, and there's a response that can be provided is more specific, but we don't see it here, and that is why Councilmember Renee is raising concern. I mean, like, this doesn't have what's been talked about. Councilmember Gordon.
So, okay, because we haven't read, well, I haven't read the development agreement. Were some, I don't know how to ask this question because we were in executive session.
So I think where you're trying to go is there were a number of things that have been shared with this council about specific conditions or specific agreements, because it's development agreement as it relates to this development that aren't reflected here.
Correct. So what I'm trying to achieve is how do we get to
Right,
that
which was
point
my
of,
question
yeah.
of, are we doing zoning and development agreement on the same night? Or how do we get the information to council that has the specificity of the development agreement, but also tracks what's in the development agreement? Like, these conditions don't track. These conditions are from January of 2023, not based upon the 8 community meetings that we've held and what even was shared as it relates to what would be in the development agreement. And so procedurally, I think that's what we're all trying to figure out. Like, these conditions need to more reflect that agreement. And while there might be some things in the development agreement that aren't here, what's here needs to track what's in the development agreement, because it doesn't. Remember, Gordon, without getting into the
specifics, right? That's exactly what I was trying to capture.
So how do we, that's not true. How do we get from here to there? Because this absolutely should have been updated. But right now, and I guess the question is it going on the agenda for Monday? So we've had a public hearing. I don't know that we're required to have another public hearing. That's a procedural question. And then I think it's important that the information be shared with council so that everyone can have the full picture of where we are. I'm not saying what that means for anyone, but like, this doesn't reflect where we are. Mr. King, Attorney Wing.
Madam Mayor, Council, let me get the information that we've gotten recently. I think there was some information we had received recently from Microsoft it was very late Friday, very, very late. And then trying to coordinate with the planning team and the city attorney and the legal arm as far as how that matches up, see what there's some synergy there. And I would say, if I'll yield to my city attorney for that. If it's your desire, have us do that, then come back with an update before the end of the week with what we've been able to come up with from what information we have to see if that matches based upon the information we've given, and then bringing in the planning arm so they'll see how that will be updated.
All right, so Are we looking at Monday or what are timeline, like, what are we? Is another public hearing required? We've had the public hearing some time ago, I think, for the rezoning only, and we've talked about this on other zoning items. So that's why I'm making that statement, because previously. Yeah, that's what the agenda item is about, is the zoning. No, that's what the public hearing is. The overall recommendation, this part, these are the conditions. He's not changing. Are y'all gonna get back to us? So I'm just trying to figure out like where.
Yes, I would say leave it for Monday for now, and then I'm gonna get my legal arm with them. I'm gonna have our team to get together with our planning team and then see what information we've gotten as of Friday. I think it was late Friday we got it on from them. They haven't had a chance to really review it and to see if we match up based on the current conditions that were being proposed. And then that way we can match up where planning department should be in terms of bringing it up to where we need to for the current conditions that were agreed upon based on the most recent information we have. And then we'll give you an update before next week.
Okay, so September 18th agenda question around the public hearing. It's still, then the reason I'm asking is because the agenda item still says public hearing required, but we held the public hearing. I can't remember the date. I don't know if it was, I feel like it might have been in January. I think it was on the agenda in January 3rd, maybe, but we've held a public hearing. So y'all also need to look at procedurally that. And if, based upon my understanding, that's not required, the agenda should indicate public hearing held on whatever date. All righty, Madam Deputy City Clerk, you got that?
Yes.
22, let's see if we can get through the rest of these in record time. The resolution to authorize annual surplus auction. I'm not, maybe I overlooked this one. Maybe I didn't ask about consent on this one. This one is just an annual surplus sale, auction and salvage that we do, and they need a resolution in order to be able to have the sale.
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is standard for the Alfonso.
Does anybody have any objection to this going on consent?
Yeah.
All right, consent. Item number 24, Mr. King.
Madam Mayor, I'm hoping I have an update on this one this week. On this one, at least I'm anticipating one. Once I get with our HR team, they're expecting to get something back from the Travelers Insurance team. I think I'm on the right one. No?
On
Which one am I on?
24, discussion of
I'm
possible
sorry.
action on FY 21 audit service change.
I'm one step ahead.
Order in amount of $345,048. Councilmember Gordon, I believe we talked about 25 in the initial presentation. So you want this one off or you want to go somewhere else? Okay, and then I forgot to ask you on the transparency of expenditures. Did you want that one go on a future agenda?
I think.
We talked about
November.
them doing the,
Their plan.
where's my notes? Them doing the plan. What I
So we
put
can
that?
go along with that for November.
Okay. All right. So November work session. So number 25 is off. 24 is where we are, Mr. King. We got 24, 26, 28, and 29. I'll be real brief on 28. So we're close. Mr.
All right.
King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Shannon Golden will give us a brief overview of this item and for our review and discussion. Shannon.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council again. This item relates to our former auditor who provided the audited services for FY21. We have 3 invoices that total amount of $345,048. It relates to additional audit procedures that they had to do around migration as well as additional audit procedures for internal controls. They had additional staff that they had to bring on for the FY21 audit during this time between March and June.
All right, Councilmember Cook.
Is this just for the audit findings, or is it the audit findings plus the financial report?
What this item relates to is audit procedures that were performed for FY21, including the communication to governance that presentation that you received.
Does that translate to that's what their particular bill was? Because in my head, I compared to what we had paid previously and it's nowhere near this amount.
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't asleep. So for this premium price, we're still only getting the audit findings and not the creation of the CAFR.
That is correct.
You know, I want to ask why so much more, but I think it'll be fruitless to ask that question, all things considered.
Right.
How does this price compare with the new vendor and the new audit? Just say more or less.
Less. Even in the past, it's been less.
What we paid in the past has been less than
It's
what we
been
have
less.
tonight. But the new audit for fiscal year 22 may equal this or be less than?
We approved 95,000 for 21 and 245,000 for 22.
Yes.
This falls on what? All right. It is what it is.
So the $345,000, be real quick. Is he going to give us our final review on this, our final statement on this?
No, ma'am.
But we paying him $345,000 for unfinished audit review. Make it make sense. City Attorney.
I will share that today, and I apologize, I hadn't had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Golden and share this with him or the city manager about maybe 3 o'clock. I had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Rosales.
Oh, Rosales.
Rosales' attorney, and I can share that information. I think we're going to be able to get some movement on that, but I'd like to share it in executive session if possible.
So we should yield on this item, maybe come back and talk about it Monday?
Yeah.
So maybe we should
Talk
set
about it
a
Monday.
percentage to put on the agenda in case there's some update and put it into the agenda.
But we can't agree on this 345 for uncompleted documents.
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Renee, you done? Yes, ma'am. Okay, Councilmember Cook.
We might as well find out exactly how much it's going to cost for the CAFR too while we're at it.
Oh, all of that is included, but the finance department produces its own CAFR.
Okay.
They're just auditing the numbers on that CAFR.
Which translates to you're going to have enough input from the finalization of the audit to
Correct.
do the CAFR.
Correct. They were supposed to give us, there were a number of deliverables that they needed to provide the city, one being the opinion on the financial statements as well as the single audit report, and then there's some other internal control reports that we were supposed to get as a result of the audit.
All right, we got a lot of folks waiting on the final results, and we need to get started with the next year too.
Yep.
I'm done.
So, Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you can make this the last agenda item on Monday. Next up, Councilmember Gordon, number 26.
Thank you. This item is regarding the list of questions provided to the city manager for response. We don't have them yet, but I'm going to yield to the city manager for response.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon. I know last week we had uh, some IT items that were out of our control, but I've got copies that I'm going to be vetting this week, so we can get them for you this week. It was just a matter of having the documentation that we needed to pass around, but we'll have that for you this week.
Can you give me a ETA?
I would say today's Monday, Wednesday. I'm shooting for Wednesday morning.
Okay, we go.
I could be before. It depends on how many copies we can get made.
Okay, Wednesday it is. Thank you.
Okay, you good? Do we need to put this on the agenda or
Yes.
which one?
We'll place it on the agenda.
Number 26.
On Monday?
Hopefully we'll have the details by then.
Okay, agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Item number 28, this says Kimley Horn. I see Kimley Horn's name a whole lot, but it says they're on our pre-approved engineering contract list, and I just want to know, when did we do that? Because it sounds like a request for qualifications. It's something I've asked about several times. And it's good to see that we're at least using it for something. And I think we might be using it for infrastructure, but Kimley Horn comes up quite a bit. And it says they're on a pre-approved engineering contract list. When did we do that? How often do we update that pre-approved contract list? I'm assuming there's a solicitation and we pre-approve vendors, maybe a request for qualifications. Is that what happened? Turn your microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so how many pre-approved engineers do we have on that list?
So we put a solicitation out for pre-approved engineers, and we selected all 5 of the respondents to award projects out through that pre-approved
Okay.
engineer list.
Based on their availability or something?
Yes.
Or experience?
Availability, sometimes we get quotes from multiple vendors and then select.
See what-
Yes,
Okay, so then you can just get their response and then go with whatever they say without having doing a solicitation each time, so it helps it move along.
correct, yes.
But there are 5 vendors on that list.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed. Anybody else have any question? If not, that can go on consent. And Madam Deputy City Clerk, item number 29 can go on consent. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all patience. I think that takes care of everything. Melissa, what you got?
What number you got, Melissa?
All those you just put on consent. All that water and sewer.
You just been here, Melissa, you love us, don't you?
Your stuff went to consent a long time ago.
Long time ago.
You wanna make sure you
Madam
change your
Deputy
mind.
City Clerk, do I need to go over everything or you have it? Okay. All right, good. Let me ask the question. Any executive session?
Change your mind, right?
Tonight or Monday?
We can do it Monday. Bro.
We can do it Monday.
Okay.
We're gonna have a short meeting.
Any from council? All right, good night, East Pointers.